see you, Lizzie. But does a Lizzie see me? Truly, I am too small. Too hidden. Too quiet. Oops, I broke my thing. Triangle. Oh, ears. Yes, dear. Which one? Let's see what I can do. What's up? You can think of one what bird? One what bird? One furry triangle? Is it this one? Wait. Are you thinking lower? Lower. What if I scrolled down and there was just a clown there?
The funny when they get the triangle.
Wow. Quack. Why are we birding? Are we animal sounds? Why are we...
Bird is a murder.
I've lost the plot.
Bird is a multiple of crow.
I understand that. How's everyone doing? I'm gonna start the bingo. Everyone likes the bingo.
Everybody should applaud for Liz because she brought me weed brownies.
She did. She made Kaz weed brownies. My entrance is usually a Borker meow trying to add variety. Ah.
As mentioned.
Squeak. Roar. Roar XD.
And cat interruption.
I am aware of that. I'm looking. The cat did invoke a brief impromptu AFK. I know, we're going so fast. I guess that's in a way a self-deprecating comment, so there's that right away. Wowzers. We're hauling. Okay. Bingo is started. Star Ocean is waiting. How we doing? Where are my homies? What my homies doing? What my homies want to say? What my homies want to do? Are we excited to go see where Big Robot lives? You're having ice cream? I thought you were going to the bank. You got ice cream already? Dang. Blizzy, go fast. All right. Little Miss Zoomies over there. Dang. I'm going to switch screens. Check this out. I'm over here now. Ice cream was waiting for you at home. I got ice cream in the freezer, but I'm not sure if it's mine or my wife's, so I'm leaving it alone. That foot.
Vanilla, and we have 2 of the chocolate fudge tracks.
No.
Mine and one.
We have 1 chocolate fudge tracks. Mine lasted about 2 days.
No, I got new ones.
Oh.
Go check.
I will check later. I am here now. I will check when I want ice cream.
Well, so does mine.
Okay. Ah. Nepotism. Neapolitan. Huh. Nepotism is just a box of money. Let's go see what Lim's up to. I think we're at the point where we get to choose cutscenes, and if we're not careful, people will never like us. Limmel's talking shit? That took 2 seconds. Wow. Talk shit about FaZe immediately. How did I open Stream Bounty in my... Ugh, it's not that. Knows that. There we go. What's wrong, Solar? New comrades haven't joined us. The burden of your responsibility may weigh heavily on your shoulders. Do your best, Mr. Edge. We believe in you and your edginess. It's a little late to ask, but you sure you want to be here? What dear? Huge help to have you here. I just hope you didn't decide to come with us without thinking. It was really sudden, wasn't it? Don't you think your friends and family would be worried about you? Maybe. I completely forgot to say goodbye to them. By which she means, they might not know she's actually gone. You forgot? I'm sure Miss Elaine will take care of it for me. I wasn't allowed to leave the house for 15 years. Girl, they think you're dead. Yeah. Can't imagine why. Pretty good idea. I like doing stuff. Roke was wonderful. I thought the rest of the world must also be wonderful. My elbow is somewhat blocking the text box. There you go. Now you can maybe read what's going on when it happens, guys. Yay. That's probably helpful. Her chest is pounding, guys. Do shit for me, Edgy. Show me new things. I want to get even more excited. Yes, the weenus text eclipsed my power. Edge is exciting her. Hope you'll show me a few of those things sooner or later. This is a penis. Hi, Mary. Wow. Mary's straight up just like, man, I hope Miria doesn't die alone. Oh, what's her turnaround time? Mary, I don't know. But what's the rebound rate on that girl? Mary, please. Just keep edging her along. Yep. No one's in here, it seems. Hello? Does anyone actually want to, like... Hello? Brooding time. Brooding time. Brooding time. Already heard all about you from him. Kiss already. Crow mentioned. Like near the bottom, I think. Crow's name uttered. I mean, there was unintentional, you know. I made it happen. Making fun of her is they do it for me, but sure. Does Miracle count as cat spotted? My argument is no, unless she turns into the cat. Oh, I gotta fight him. Alright. Fight Aramat. Yeah, do a few camera pans for Liz. Ooh, alright. Okay, so we got a double blindside him. Wow. Okay, homeboy. Whoa, that was stupid. That'll work. Hi, Cloud. He missed a cross. It's fun. I kick him in the air. I shoot him in the ass. He takes a little nappy poo. He's still alive. Run.
Now you'll see what I'm made of.
Wow, I just kind of bitch slapped him and he took a nap.
All right, nice job.
Sure. Nice job. Oh. I will submit to you for now. Nice. You mean you had a heart? We did pretty good. We did pretty good. Compared to some of the boss fights and shit we've done, he was nothing. That was a cakewalk for us. And now they make out? Most forgettable bland slop. Oh boy. Black hole sun, won't you come? Somehow this is the identical thing. Sera. Lim looks lonely. Lim is downstairs. Uh-oh. Lim is... Okay, listen, that's a lot of cookies and I'm in. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's in them. It could be piss. I don't care. That's a lot of cookies. I'll eat the cookies. Hi.
This is one, huge cookie pile.
I misread that subtitle as cock pile.
Lots, Kay.
K.
Oh,
Lil says K.
I thought I'd bake some cookies again, but, well, I kind of messed up and ended up making a few too many.
Just a few.
So, help me out, please.
You heard her, Limmel. The girl needs help. You love cookies, don't you?
Yep. I love these yummy things, Kay. Look at all of them.
Space magic.
Yay. I'm gonna split them with Faze because we have so many, Kay.
But you can't. Sorry, your boyfriend is not here and might be dead.
Lim? No, I don't want any dumb old cookies Faze liked.
I'm sure she would have loved nothing more than to eat these. But she's worried about Faze, isn't she?
I just really hope Faze comes back to us soon.
And the monkey's paw curls.
But anyway,
Hungry?
Make me proud here, Edge.
Let's have Miracle and Sera eat some too. I'm sure it'd be more fun if we all enjoyed them together.
I guess you're right.
She
Yeah.
wants to see Daddy mukbang. Get to it, Edge. Coward. Show her what you got. Sera or Bacchus? Well, here's the deal. I'm not gonna get the sinking character endings no matter what I do. I just never do, right? Historic Rainy. Okay, Rainy's just doing her thing. You're okay about doing your thing, man. Are you a feeder, Miss Brownie drop off? Yeah, Sarah's here. We always have to check in with Mary, because Mary's my favorite. If I'm gonna anyone's character ending, I want Rainy and Mary. But I probably won't, because I never do. Yay! You're not a feeder, huh? I don't know if I believe you. I don't know anyone else that just drops off treats at my house besides the DoorDash guy. So. Aramat's in his room. Oop. I don't want to talk to you. The bed's right there. Everyone's good at something, Aramat. Why don't we show the chat? Or why don't you at least try chatting? Fuck people. People are lame. I'm a tsundere. Leave me. It doesn't bode well then why we get the you were a good boy dinkle dingle ding jingle. We got something way back there. We could kind of skip out on Sera. Oh, she's hanging out here now, though. I can talk to Sera now. Or I could... You think Sera's character ending is that she learns to fly? Uncivilized times. I gotta check on my top two, because if I don't, I mean, Lim would also be good to get. We do want Lim, if we can. She's got a whole backstory I don't really super know, outside of, like, I've read some things. Here's a twofer. Twofers are usually good. Oh, hey, it's one of the things that shows up as a GIF if you look for Star Ocean 4.
This is a pair I never thought I'd see together.
I was playing and that big pile of junk collapsed on top of me, but Aramat saved me.
It's dangerous in here, so don't play around, okay?
Okay, I'll try to cut back then.
That is not what I said.
Sorry Miracle put you through that.
I was just passing by.
But you did save me. Thank you, Aramat. You...
What do you think you're doing?
Huh? Why are you getting mad?
Do you mock me?
No! See, that's just Miracle's way of showing affection. Like this, see?
Do it. Liz has been denied.
Edge, are you okay?
Ow. Come on, Aramat. It was just a joke. And he's already gone.
Next time, Edge, I'll save you.
Thanks, Miracle. Looking forward to it.
Everyone wants an edge around here. I mean, there's Crow and Raimi, so that's kind of a twofer. Not Crow, Aramet. Wow, Sarah. This is the thing, you can't get all these in one playthrough. It takes like 3 to get all the character stuff. And that's like with a guide. Crow acted like Crow, guys. Oh. Oh. He's brooding. He's brooding, guys. Why didn't he let me perish with my people? Ooh. Then he told me, you can't die yet. You still got work to do. Blame your own regrets. That's my impression of Crow. It sucked. He then continued, now you survive this, you have to fight to the very end. I'll be there to witness the moment you finally burn out. He's a fool. Never told me that I had to live. So he saved my very soul. Thing is, game doesn't need padding. My first blind run took 100 hours. Ooh, options. You sure it can be that good? Somehow this is working out. So here's the deal. The fluff having a lot of optional shit and like playthrough unique stuff is, in theory, and this is going to be Sera Talks Game Design, sorry, bingo fans, you get a point. In theory, it's a good thing. The problem comes with the achievements, because there is a achievement unlocked for every single individual character ending, and believe me, it is incredibly possible to get none of them. That first playthrough was 100 hours. I thought I was doing pretty good at this. I did not use a guide. I'm not using a guide this time. I had no character endings. And on the PS3 with the trophies, the achievements on this seem to be pretty much the same as they've always been. Most of them are based on beating the game certain ways. You're doing certain, like, if you want achievements on this game, you're working your ass off for it. A lot. You have to beat it on all 3 difficulties. You have to get all the character endings. You have, like, character endings, basically, you never fuck up. You never miss a chance. I don't know what the margin of error is, but I think the most you can get on a single playthrough without some sort of hacky, cheaty bullshit is 3. And believe me, I am the kind of person who has considered, since it's a PC version, just seeing if there's some sort of thinking, just, yeah, screw it, let's just download a thing and unlock the character endings. It's not great. If not for the achievements aspect, I don't think it would be a problem. I think it would be a benefit of the game. Everyone's playthrough would be a little bit unique. Everyone's amount of, like, lore and fluff and whatever, like how they learn about the characters would be their own little journey and their own experience. You know, play your favorites, find what you want to find, all that shit. But because of the achievements, it becomes a chore. So, like, it is a case where I do think And this was PS3, so this was early on in the whole achievements thing. People were still figuring out what they're good for. Like, you know, they are achievements. You do have to achieve them. And back then, that's what everyone said they wanted achievements to be. But in practice, when the game does that, most people don't like it. Fun secret about that. Oh, he's looking good. And over here is yeah. She's just walking around. That's a weird thing. It's weird to clutch your chest and not want to talk about it, but alright. You do that, homeboy. Basically, because of the way the achievements are set up, though, things that should be fun little bonuses are suddenly completionist awards in a game that honestly I think is stronger if you're not trying to be a completionist about it, because it's literally impossible to complete it all in one run. And it's, you know, it's a reward that could have been a fun surprise for people to play through multiple times, try to get the different character stuff. But now you're just after the trophies if you're doing that, you know what I mean? The achievements, trophies, whatever. Those are my thoughts on that. Real cutscene, yay. Those are usually important. I've missed a bunch of them.
What are you doing over there, boy?
Boy.
I'd been meaning to ask you this for a while, but would you please stop with the boy thing?
No.
Miria, you were just crying, weren't you? Were you thinking about your husband, Lucien?
What if I was, Would you console me?
Huh?
I'm counting it.
A good man never admits to noticing a woman's tears. However, an even better man does whatever it takes to stop them.
Whatever it takes.
Well, what are you going to do for me, Edge?
I mean, if you really want me to, I could, I guess.
You see? Still just a boy.
Oh. A boy, huh? Yeah, I guess I am.
Why does my penis hurt? Oh. We got around. We got him over here being like, oh no, it's Bacchus. Oh, well, we're doing Bacchus. His life? He does not have very long to live. Liz, if you want on that boy, you better climb now. Genetic manipulation. He's waiting to die. Hey, Aramat, have you considered not fucking dying? Wow, thanks. I hadn't really thought about that. What a fucking concept. Wow. You're a genius, Edge Maverick. Never in my life would I have considered that. Thanks for the insight. Is he still in the corner? And Mary's over here just like... Vibing. Yeah, they do. I was told to tell you to take the no erg anymore treatment. You should try not erging all the time. It's good for your health. No one likes to erg. It's not very ergonomic. Wow, are they all just tapped? Like, that doesn't bode well if they're all tapped. Makes me feel like I really missed something. Alright, let's check, this?
Yo, people, how's it going?
Oh, alright. Nothing with Welch and Aramat, which is weird, because Welch always comments on everybody. Check the various rooms? Am I missing anybody? Miria's over there, Aramat's down there. Sera is up here just zoning out. Limmel, Bach. I mean, I could check with Box again. He might have more to say, I guess. Okay. Interesting. I'm not sure what to do with this information. Oh, look at that. I'm just wandering around. I always feel like I'm missing something when it's like this. Like, hey, you just want to sleep until the end? Like, I don't think that should ever be the option, but I did it last time too, and I'm like, oh, I'm really screwed, aren't I? I don't want to come out of the very textured shower. I like the instructions on the turlet and the magic tube all have laundry. Alright, shit. What if you're going through space and there was a third gender? Like, what the? What do you do then? It's the women's room. Okay. And? Men's room. Where's the sports room? Like, I could try reorganize. That triggered something. Maybe this? That was my idea. I thought maybe if I put them in the same room, they'd do something together, because they're a whole ha-ha, hee-hee, hoo-hoo. It's not happening, is it? I think I burn out my options for now. This upsets me? Wait, she was facing a funny direction. No, I guess we're done. Ah! I hate this. I hate feeling like I'm missing them. Does that change anything? Yes, actually. Oh, thank God. I'm starting to think I've really fucked up. What we got? Oh, okay. Huh? Would you like to try shouting? Ah! Yes, let's insult phase into the wind. Do it. You big, dummy, both times. You big, yes, you're still a dummy. What is she doing? This actually has deep meaning to it. Just call people dumbass into the sky. It'll be great. You say something bad about a person, they'll come running to see what it's about no matter how far away they are. Really? Really? Is that how that works? Is that how that works? Okay. Let's shout some not very nice things about FaZe. I'm sure he'll come running if we do. I don't even want to see FaZe. But saying bad things is fun. Let's shout it really loud. Here we go, Kay. Sera's trying to help Limmel. You traitor! He's the king of dummies. You stupid sack of shit. You useless wad of ass. You piece of garbage floating above the sky like it's worth a goddamn. You pile of fucking gar shit ass, dick ass. 3 or just Limmel. Alright, what do we got, ladies? Featherfolk have it rough. Well, at least our tits are covered. Yours is basically got a pasty on it from this angle. Principle of pure blood to protect their sacred wings. They can't intermarry with other races. If you chickens only marry each other, you must have many yummy eggs. Good job, Mary. Can't lay eggs. Boring. Sera's not a chicken. I'm an otter cat. Miri's like, yo, they found you a man. You have to marry a childhood friend. Wouldn't it be awkward if someone you know your entire life suddenly became your husband? No, that's what mine was. Bon, 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 bon. I never really got that thinking either. That might be the tism. Does she have the tism? You think? You don't mind being with someone you grew up with, boy? You wouldn't object to a wife that knew all your dirty little secrets? That's kind of the best part. I don't think that'd be so bad. We knew each other so well, be that much years together, right? Yeah. No obstacles to marrying the girl, I see. That's what wife for, exactly. Please invite me to the ceremony. We suit each other very well. Mary? So Edge prefers childhood friends. Hey, Edge. I'm not giving up. Weird. Oh, I'll go for it. Mary wants the Edge. She wants to marry the Edge. Look, just Xenoblade 2. Just Xenoblade 2 the whole thing, okay? Xenoblade 2 the whole thing. Fucking Rex ended that game with 3 wives, okay? You can't tell me otherwise. I think that actually became canon. Like, well, he never canonically chose, so he got all 3 of them. They all had kids. That's the whole thing now. So I'm like, alright, fine. You know what? Sick. Love that. Polyrep. Going to rot away, confined like this. I don't know, man. Run on a treadmill. Take boxes, shit. Do a backflip. Do a flip! Oh, we got stuff going on. We got stuff in the bathrooms. Uh-oh. Why is Edge going to...
Oh, whoever might you be?
Sera, I'm sorry. Hold on, what are you doing in here?
Oh my! Is that your voice, Edge? Now, peeping is what naughty boys do. Shoo!
Sorry.
It's all right.
Wait, no I'm not! This is the men's shower room!
You must be joking. That couldn't be the case.
Good to
After
know that all
I
Seras
came
are
in
blind.
here with Raimi just a moment ago, you know?
Raimi must be in the women's shower, Sera. You don't see her here, do you?
Oh, now that you mention it, I suppose I don't. Does that mean this really is the men's shower room?
How is it that you even managed to come in here?
Well, you see, I dropped my glasses when I started to get undressed. I suppose I must have come in here while I was looking for them.
That's really bad. That's really
But I
bad.
never did find them, so I thought I might as well go ahead and get undressed.
You don't even know what room you're in. Time to get naked.
Now that I think about it, though, it must have been fate that brought you in here today.
Huh?
I do apologize for the trouble, Edge, but do you think I could ask you to go retrieve my glasses for me?
Oh dear. Oh no.
Why am I even doing this?
Full on Velma, yeah. Do I get to see the fuzzy towel after all?
This is risk factor major. I have to find those glasses.
It's risk factor major.
There they are. Yes. Now to make my escape before she notices.
Oh? Before who noticed?
Fuzzy towel! Be as fuzzy as I remember, please. It's grayer than I remember. It is very fuzzy.
Hi, Raimi. You sure have grown.
Wow.
And just where do you think you're looking?
Oh, thank you so much. Now I can see properly again. Oh my. Edge, how did that curious mark wind up on your face?
Someone had to make that. Someone had to make that. Got our fuzzy towel after all. It's where it used to be white. But it was fuzzy. So I was not wrong. It was fuzzy. You sure have grown. Edge, you see her every day. And she's not exactly in loose clothing. Beat your ass for that, girl.
Well, are we there?
Edge. From these coordinates, we should be able to see it already.
That's weird. I can't see anything.
I guess I should mark gang goes to space.
Hey, you'd be a little shy too if you knew everyone was staring at you.
Wow, lady.
My. Mr. EN2 is the bashful type?
To the best of my knowledge, such is not the case. They must simply be scanning our ship.
Oh my! What's with all the zaps?
What in the...
Sorry, the particle artist went off the chain. Yes. I'm counting it. There was Space A and we went to Space B, see?
EN2, the Morphous Center of Command.
It's been quite a while.
I wasn't expecting that.
Me neither. There wasn't even a hint of it a minute ago.
Well, what we're doing isn't exactly benign. Hiding in the shadows comes with the territory.
Don't you think you could find a better way of putting that? You make it sound as if we are up to no good.
Welcome, friends. It is fortunate our comrades have led you here.
It is I,
Who's
God.
that? Oh my goodness. Where exactly are you, sir?
Our thanks for receiving us, comrade.
Allow me to apologize for the discourtesy of my sudden and unbidden communication. I did not mean to startle you.
It's the planet.
Not at all. Thank you for your kind greeting.
We're sorry to trouble you.
Your words do me too much honor.
Here we go.
Someone's
Just as
right on the-
straight-laced as Bacchus, in his own special way.
Someone's
Requesting admittance. I doubt you have the luxury of chatter right now.
No,
One.
that we do not. Very well. Allow
Two.
me to guide you to our dock. Please remain as you are.
Thank you very much.
3. 4. I guess I could have marked that one at the 5. There you go. Oh, well, if you do bits, you get to choose an event. So there you go. Double chaos, back to back. Woo woo. Oh, yep. All right, what you want, Lizzie? Give me a number. What is this music? What is this fucking music? Would have happened eventually. Probably, if I remember. Great.
So, this is EN2.
I can't believe all this was completely hidden just a moment ago.
Oh, it's weird.
She's
My
possessed!
body feels so
Run!
light.
It's finally happening!
The gravity in this dock must not be very strong. Don't run around. You could, get hurt. My goodness. I feel like I really can fly now. I'm gonna fly too, Kay.
Whee! Mary trying to be responsible for once, and it's just not working out.
Has this ship's sister vessel returned?
If by he you are referring to Comrade Crow. Unfortunately, he has not yet returned, nor have we heard from him.
I see. So, Crow and Faze aren't here yet.
And they won't be any time soon.
Bacchus, what are we supposed to do now? We're going to find out what's happening to the universe here, right?
We must first have an audience with X.
X? Who's X?
X is, well, it's a little hard to explain. It's probably best if you go see for yourself.
I concur. You should see X with your own eyes.
Mega Man!
Fair enough.
X is in the central monitor room. This way.
Then we have to watch them do the whole
Mr.
walk.
Edge, may I have your leave to modify the Calnus?
Huh?
I'd like to enhance our armaments. As it stands, we'll be no match for the Phantom ships.
Fair point.
You're saying you want to turn an exploration craft into a warship?
Not exactly. Just give it any
Mr.
defenses.
Edge,
No, it's fine. I understand. We have to. At least for now.
are you sure about this?
Yeah. Crow did it too, didn't he? What we need right now is the ability to fight, not trailblaze.
I'd like to request the overhaul then.
As you wish.
Let us go.
Slow walking in the middle distance. Okay, on the note of bad roads, I think I will take one. So that I can meander around unhindered. It has been almost an hour already. Also, I want to find a quick snack. I love a good snack. Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Delicious snack. Where's my cave? I don't want that right now. I don't want that right now. I don't want that right now. Turn that off. Okay. I'll be back in a minute. Sploosh. Fudge mint cookies. Okay. Back to it. Nope, wrong thing. There it is. Cool. I wonder what in focus testing and all that. Where in the testing process did we hit a point where, like, we need to say point on the ship, directly outside the ship? Two on the ship, actually. Like, they're everywhere. They're super common around the ship, specifically. Like new food. That's fair. Weird. I'm just kind of following the map. It doesn't say there's something, I don't give a shit. Here we go. Bye! Just yeets him off the edge. Just bye! Okay. Macallis is undergoing refurbishment. You can meet X in the monitor room. A. Which one is A? I don't know. I don't use your stupid Earth alphabet. Or... Oh. Nice, 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 nice. No one over here. I'm gonna go to a place where I just find free shit on the ground. Okay. Icky. Physical stimulant. Easy repairs. That seems like it's for a very specific person. Alright. And low. Hand Blaster. Your Edge, then. A fine name indeed. I'm a localizer. Stop making fun of it. X is waiting for you all. Keep your eyes on the prize, as they say. No one's more they than these. One is allowed beyond this part. I'm sorry, what was that hand motion? Are you friends with Elon Musk? It was close, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It wasn't lit, but it was close enough, you know? Monitor room A. Thump. More things need to just sound like a t-shirt cannon. That's my hot take in life. Excuse me? Okay. Can't rely on the map. Just fuck you. What do you mean about that here for some reason? X.
Are you X?
No. I am Giotto. Giotto Vandione of the Morphus.
You look like a little freak.
We of EN2, the Morphus, welcome you to our home.
Hey, Edge. Isn't he?
Yeah, it's the voice from before. So, you're the one who brought us here?
Allow me to apologize again. There is no excuse for my earlier discourtesy.
No, it's quite all right. My name is Edge Maverick, of Earth. I am a friend of Crow, with whom you seem to share a common interest. It's nice to meet you.
And
Giotto, sir?
I had been made aware of your names via previous report by Comrade Bacchus, but I was considering how I should address you. Some 325 possibilities presented themselves to me, but it would appear I lack the ability to put any of them to use.
good lord.
If you would but please inform me of your preferred form of address, I would be honored to refer to you as such.
Some things never change, I guess. As you can see, he's not what you'd call a people person.
Yes, there are people like that everywhere, after all.
Indeed. You put things quite succinctly sometimes, Miss Sera.
I do?
Feel free to use our first names. Please, just call me Edge.
I see. Very well then. Perhaps I overthought the issue somewhat.
A bit.
It is an honor to meet all of you, my new comrades.
In Soviet space-time. Handshakes you.
Oh my!
Down, down the goblet tower. Lights.
Welcome, brothers and sisters of the galaxy. We are X.
What?
X is the will of the Morphous. X is here, but also not here. This is X. X transcends time and guides the Morphous.
Like a hive
This
mind,
is
but no, but
X.
yes. But no, but yes.
Tell us, please! Tell us, what's happening to the universe?
I swear once in a while I see
The
like that
universe in which
S
we
design.
live is undergoing great change.
You know what I mean.
A will unknown to us nullifies the nature of the cosmos. And it then reconstructs the universe anew.
Reconstructs a new universe?
The game is
It
updated.
would forge a new, eternally unchanging universe. A void in which life does not exist. Bringing with it the end of our own.
I thought we knew this.
Why? Why would anyone do that?
Funsies.
Who? What is this will unknown?
I think if
How do
they
we
do,
stop
it
it?
wouldn't be the will unknown.
Remain calm and heed our guidance.
Shoot them with guns. Shoot them with guns a lot. Well then why... Wow, Sarah. Starship BDSM Paradise? I think they just put a chance for them all to tell you to stop dilly-dallying so it could do a new loading screen. The nature of the universe does not merely exist in space, it is amorphous, constantly changing in response to those who live within. Just as a life form evolves and adapts to environments, so does the universe gently evolve, conforming to the demands of its life. Thus, the brutality of that life, human and otherwise, forms a delicate balance on which the universe rests. Sudden rapid mutation or evolution affects the universe itself, disrupting this balance, but the universe adapts to this, encouraging active selection and preserving the order it has created. This order is the nature, the very will of the universe. At times, this order willfully acts upon life, driving it to action. Our meeting here today was similar to the inevitable. It is part of the will, the nature of the universe. Okay, then. What are we doing to extinction? The extinction of our universe is the extinction of the world that exists now, and the creation of a world composed of a single will, free of the requirement to support life. All life is but a single function in the universe. In a great eternity of time, it neither grows nor changes. Blah, 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 blah. trans starship feminist BDSM paradise. They will come. But now our lives, our very existence, is that which comprises the nature of the universe being drained by an unknown being disrupting our order. The balance of the universe itself is about to undergo drastic realignment. When the universe loses the life that serves as its own will, then its ability to adapt ceases and it faces extinction. Here's all the work of an unknown will, a being that exists outside of this universe. Yep. There's a being that brings about the calamitous change to the universe. The phenomenon cannot exist in space as we know it. The missing procedure. Lives and thrives off the energy it absorbs from creatures of this world, has given birth to the mysterious life forms we call Grigori in an apparent attempt to further quicken its own growth. We see the universe as possessing a will composed of life energy, then the missing procedure simply has a will of its own. The missing procedure's ultimate goal may be to reconstruct the universe itself. Yes. So, knowing what I know from the big plot twist of Star Ocean 3, it's hard not to kind of see what's been going on here. This is supposed to be like the first one chronologically, but it is basically saying the big dumb MMO that this entire franchise takes place inside of, spoilers, is too willful and too off the rails, and there's someone on the outside constantly trying to fix it. And we just keep stopping that. That's kind of what happens. We are NPCs who are like, no you. That's the franchise. I think you were marched forward instinctively, tirelessly, pointing very well the universe, blah, blah, blah. As life acts to survive, the thoughts and emotions that drive these actions express themselves in the form of energy waves. As life evolves, so too do those waves grow longer. The missing procedure likely to give birth to Grigori in order to accelerate this evolutionary process. Okay. Grigori are the unknown objects released by the missing procedure, growing in numbers. The procedure something accelerates activities. Does not help that if I recall correctly, the Grigori also look pretty similar to the things that we are fighting in the third one. I do believe it's connected. An ability to dramatically speed up the evolution of life, mutating the very structure of life itself. It uses ability to evolve life, drastically expand the energy it emits, all for the sake of the missing procedure. Grigori are not life forms, they are a form of sentient matter, and they are currently the most dire threat to our universe. Okay. Go fuck it up, Mr. Maverick. There's no practical method of destroying the missing procedure. With X on our side, that may be possible to find a way. Missing procedure is basically outside the game. So, yeah, you'd have to leave the game and kill the admin. Which doesn't happen this time around. I don't think. Okay. To put some perspective on the prequel nightmare we're in right now, this is the fourth game in the series, but the first game chronologically. I don't remember how they do it in 3. I'd be down to play 3 just because I don't remember. I got so mad at the plot twist that none of it was real at the time that I quit playing it. It's like Infamous, that it throws you off so hard. But in Star Ocean 3, you actually do get out of the game into the so-called real world. And the admin of the game gets into the game, if I recall. I never got that far, but I did some wiki reading. I'm so down to play Star Ocean 3, but when we're done with this, I'm going to throw it at the committee to see what they want. It's like between that and Wild Arms 5 and like Final Fantasy 13. I'm basically thinking JRPGs I play are the ones that no one wants to play themselves. Problem is, Star Ocean 3 in its present state would need to be emulated. So I'd be emulating the PS2 version, probably. So there's that to consider. What am I missing here? Yeah, I've talked to everybody. Am I missing someone? Gonna do our best. I know I can do it. Alright, Edge. Destroy the Grigori. We need the Grigori defeated. Trying to reconstruct the universe. There's no practical way. Enemies at hand. Need our guidance. I think we skipped this one. A serious phenomenon first discovered several centuries ago in the deep space region of Sector Upsilon. Once it was a small celestial body resembling a black hole. We soon realized it was absorbing life energy from the universe's creatures for its own uses, and we've been monitoring it to this day. Eventually, objects made from a strange form of matter began to be emitted from the missing procedure's core. These objects, which we call the Grigori, hold the power to alter the molecular structures of all life in this world. Also, for perspective, the enemies in Star Ocean 3 are, in fact, basically just the antivirus of the game deciding the entire Milky Way is corrupted and trying to delete it. The symbolism, the magic they're using is basically just directly altering the code of the game to make new instances of shit. Like, it's an annoying plot twist, but it does work with everything I know about the series after, at least. I don't know about before, I haven't played much of that. I also have Star Ocean 2 in the back room. On the PS1. The Grigori's power has rapidly accelerated the missing procedure's growth, and now they are attempting to mutate the vast universe. So the alternative is that the missing procedure is called that because it is a hole in the code, and we're just fighting a bug. Either way, it's about the simulation falling apart somehow or other. Star Ocean basically went with the what if we all live in a simulation thing and just ran with it. Because my working theory is every game that I've played in this franchise has tried to approach some philosophical question at all times. This one's big on the trolley problem. The third one was big on simulation theory, shit like that. I have not played all of them, but that's my working theory at this point. You might. Does it matter? Oh, cutscene.
I had no idea things had gotten so serious.
Who could have imagined that such events were proceeding behind the veil of the Grigori and their phantoms?
So the missing procedure and the Grigori are the root of all this evil? Good. That makes this simple.
No, that's not it.
What?
It's not that simple, is it, X? If the missing procedure gets its power from the breakdown of evolutionary balance, then fault doesn't lie entirely with the Grigori. Aren't we forcing sudden evolution ourselves in the name of space exploration?
Of course, Ash.
How are our actions any different from what the Grigori are doing? Haven't we just been giving power to the missing procedure too?
We broke the algorithm. Google's mad.
Indeed. We cannot say you are completely guiltless. However, all life is inherently driven to seek evolution and growth. Without that drive, a species would begin to decline and fade from existence. Life would disappear from our universe, with Grigori or without.
X.
But the evolution the Grigori impart is different. Their brand of evolution offers no hope, no future. It is nothing more than a mindless, directionless, all-consuming greed. It is a form of evolution that deviates from nature. You are different from the Grigori. You wish to create your own hope by moving forward, carrying just hearts. You seek your own growth. And though you make occasional mistakes, you recognize them and correct them. In this way, you continue to grow, to evolve. As long as you carry such hearts, the missing procedure will gain no power from your actions.
Scene. I missed it.
Nor shall the universe be prodded to its extinction. Surely, that is the nature our universe esteems most highly.
What happened?
Edgy, are you okay?
Sorry, I was brooding. It's in my name.
I'm okay. I think. Because I've finally I've finally seen it.
Kitty.
What Elena told me. The thing that only I can do. I may be insignificant. And it may be an insignificant thing. But it's something the universe needs.
I'm going to Edge.
You found it.
Yeah, finally. Moving forward leads us into the future. That's why we keep walking, one step at a time. And in order for us to keep on doing that, we have to prevent the end of our universe and put a stop to those behind it.
We have to prevent that to do
The
anything,
Grigori
really.
and the missing procedure.
Yes, let's do it, Edge.
All right, we're gonna save the universe. To be honest, I don't entirely understand.
Shocking.
But we're going to protect lots of people on lots of worlds, aren't we? I don't want what happened on Lemurus to ever happen again. So I'm gonna do my best, okay?
Summon giant
Yes.
dog.
This was the heat that originally drew me to you all, and it is very pleasant indeed.
I'm counting that as Box
You
being
said
awkward.
it. I like boys who rush forward into danger, you know.
Creepy.
Interesting.
Please tell us, X. If you know, how can we protect the universe from the missing procedure?
Have you tried stabbing it?
Unfortunately, even with our Morphous technology, destroying the missing procedure will almost certainly be impossible. However, it seems X does have some ideas as to how we might be able to thwart it, and put a stop to its activities. X is currently formulating a strategy. If I may be so bold, I would like to ask you all to participate.
Of course we will.
I had hoped you would respond.
Trash
to
sheet
the
opens out of
affirmative.
them, they go into the dungeon.
Before the operation begins, EN2 will enter spacefaring mode and travel to coordinates specified by X. When we reach our destination, I will...
What the?
Our enemies seem to have struck first.
Give me a report. What is happening?
It's an emergency, sir! A Grigori from deep space has penetrated EN2.
What?
The Grigori has breached Port C and arrived at the sanctuary. We're already seeing changes in the vicinity. What? This is too fast!
It would seem our vigilance was lacking.
It's too
Oops, we
late
got
to make
poked.
such observations now. We must protect EN2. Protect the sanctuary.
Sanctuary?
It's where our sacred gems are, the most important place on EN2.
I must mobilize a defense squad.
Let us take care of it. We've handled a few Grigori in our time.
We haven't had a dungeon in a
You
hot
people
minute.
alone won't...
Very well.
X.
They have encountered Grigori many times, yet they have always maintained themselves and never yielded. Their very presence at this time and place could well be the nature our universe desires. This may all be predestined fate.
Are you saying this game is scripted?
No, we're not here because of fate. Or because the universe or anything else wanted it.
We're here because
through our
video
own
games.
will. We chose our paths and walked them to get here. We're not so arrogant as to believe we can carry fate on our shoulders.
Oh yeah, theme song.
We've only done what we could.
I see. You people may very well be.
People.
I have never seen this in my life. I did not even know X could laugh.
Well, you're so funny, you know. What kind of jokes you been telling them? Lay it on us.
Very well then. We leave it to you.
And we gotta check the other rooms, right? And there's a whole town we can go in to upgrade and stuff. Might be wise to do that before we go dungeon crawling, let's be real. Discs! Whoop. Okay. We found data on ships. Exploration. Escape pod. Oops. Guardian on. Cool. Build that data list out of it. You can go look at those whenever, too. You're like, Sarah, why don't you? And I'm like, And then I make a loud fart. Sorry about that. And you're like, wow, why'd you make a loud fart? I'm like, I don't know. Why do you let me put so many words in your mouth? And you're like, I don't. But this keeps happening. I'm like, I know. Hello. Okay, you can do what? What is this? Is this the upgrade yourself to level 7,000? I don't know what that is. It's just a funky, probably important tube. Let's go to Centropolis. And laugh at how Edge's hair goes foop. Okay, yeah, whole city. This one's got a cowboy hat. Or, no, that was his ears. Okay, you can see how I got there from behind, right? Like, maybe not. I don't know. I think I was meant to get here much earlier. Then I just went straight from Model Room A because it was at the top of the list. I actually like this glass. I'm going to be honest. I have yet to figure out how to make shaders behave for anything actually transparent and still effects was under them. It seems like it'd be really easy, and I'm just dumb. So there's that. But it's very pretty. I like the glass. Here's me analyzing game visuals if you care. I like the water too. Like I think it's pretty. Look at it go. Warble, warble. I mean, I did that for my stupid water in my cave, so I don't know why I can't. Whatever. I'm dumb. I've got low blood pressure. Blah, 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 blah. It's really peaceful and rainbowy for a place that's been invaded and is under attack. Bird. Really tiny bird with really big collision box. Use your map, Sarah. You'll be here all day just checking corners with nothing in them. There's nothing there. There's never anything there. There never was and never will be anything there. Big ocean? In the stars? I don't know if that song's hopeful or depressing. Everyone's alone in death. No one can hear you screaming if you are dead. Uh-oh. Guess what? Cat spotted. And it's a skittish cat. I did the thing, cat spotted. How's everyone's bingos going? Been a while. Should I join? Gonna join? Ooh, mine's not great. One of these might have to die, because I haven't had him in a while. My master is such a wonderful person. He's always smiling and he always feeds me delicious food. He's my favorite person in this whole city, is what he says. I'm glad we have a cat translator. Every game needs a cat translator. This is just the basics, right? Do you believe in fate? I don't know if you do, Katrina, believer in fate. Imagine it was all preordained from the very beginning. Isn't it wonderful? Hi. I'm reporting live from the United States of America in the year of our Lord 2026. If this was all preordained from the beginning, then we truly need to attack and destroy God. You need to shut up, lady. That's all I'm saying. You don't you think it's wonderful? I'm living in hell. Also, your entire world is about to be destroyed by an outside menace, so maybe chill the fuck out with that. Funereal flowers. Funereal. That's a weird word. It's spelled weird. I know what it is, but it's weird. Make me use the staff on you. I'll shove it right up your booty hole. I got a funereal bouquet. I can now make them. I'm sorry. Like, they're... Fate is annoying. I didn't used to be so annoyed by it, but these days it's like, you looked around. You're trying to tell me it's supposed to be a hot fucking mess? Is that what you're saying? I'm going to kill you. Where are my seeds? I want to make sure I'm not full on seeds. Oh, we're fucking fine. The only thing I'm full on is rich cheese. Found a place to go for a nap. You need help from the psychic girl? Let me have those. I will utilize the power. Then you can use them like normal again. The reason is because of you, Master. The power, it is top secret. What? I don't need most of them. Giotto, why must you be such a wonderful, charming man? Wait, is that the guy we met? You're like a walking textbook on the Morphus. You're insane. He's so... the way he is. Hello there. Take a nappy poo in my establishment. Just stare at me while we fade to black for way too long. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Stay here. Okay, we're good. Do you enjoy your nappy poo? You see, we turned off the power, and then put you in a pod, and turned on the power, and it made you go until you felt better. That is a nappy poo. We all take 6 nappy poos a day. Life is brutal here in this pleasant, charming music city of 2 instruments. Why does it smell like a dog literally just shit outside our window? Oh. We'll check out the big middle building last. Because it's the big middle building, and I'm mostly after treats. Perfect berries.
That feels wonderful.
New skill learned and level up outside of combat. Look at that. That's a twofer. Up outside combat. I did do a new skill earlier too, didn't I? Because I gave Bacchus to what you call it. Where is it? Called already? Am I dumb? Sarah surprised, Sarah rambling, tilted, unpopular, anything involving pizza. Sarah makes a pun, unprompted sing song. Where are you? Right time. Crafting menu. Skill boosted. Welsh jump scare. New skill learned. I found it. I found it, guys. Really good at bingo. I love that it doesn't show up on the on-screen chat, so no one knows what the hell I'm talking about half the time if they're watching a VOD. Even better. Welcome to Cemetery. Depressed man really loving fate right now. Uh-oh, Solar's calling random. Okay. That feels almost like a ripoff, because it was like right there. Alright. Graveyard, Depresso. I feel like this is going to matter for Muriel later. Like, we'll come up here and there'll be a whole little side scene. Or... Oh, their buildings just have little designs on the roofs. I don't think I was talking about pizza. I suppose asking about pizza counts as... I mean, I mentioned it insofar as reading through my list. But in this case, I'm going to go ahead and say this counts as talking about pizza mentioned, because pizza's now been mentioned as we ask if I talked about pizza. So... Oh my god, where is it? Anything involving pizza, 29. Thank you. It's the second too late, but still, I love that little reflection map on it. Underrated. Textured reflections. Truly. Just give them a little something something. I don't think people value that enough. It gives me brain happy. You may bask in our great knowledge. You're so smart. Zoology. Okay, give me 2 of those for reasons. Don't worry about it. Some of these I want for reasons. We can learn a lot of HP boost. MP boost! Now that... that could be good. Fast cast. Critical hit for him. One of those. Now here's the fun thing. You can use these in item enhancing too to get some real interesting results. Mind Flare. Alright, that's more than enough money on that for now. Maybe if I still need this stuff, when I spend my money and I still have a bunch left, we can talk. But for now, there's still potentially equipment to look at. I'm so sick of it all. Man, mood. I'm sick of the crap they pass off as art. Uh-oh. It's all reactionary, there's nothing new explored in any of it. It's all art by the books, pure and simple. No originality, no personality, no nothing. Bring me art that's worthy of my praise. Bring me vases, bosses. People bandy about the term best in the universe far too often. I promise it'll be just as tasty as the piece you offer me. You'll be a very harsh critic. I don't think I have any vases. I need to make a nice vase, everybody. Money. Export most of the area. Red. I hope you're doing well, Earthling. If you see any rare plants or animals, bring them to me. Oh, boy wants some stuff. Finally, a use for my tasty mushrooms. Gonna take my vile goop, bitch. Sandfish? Thornberry! I cannot even get most of this shit. Come here. Yeah. That'll be a nice little dent. 90 party SP ain't bad either. Hold it! Stop! Stop! Hmm? Stay where you are. Don't move. There. Got it. Crimson Firefly. Looks like a male. You actually attracted a firefly. Amazing. These insects are extremely rare. Aren't they? Do me a favor. Can you someone with your natural talent? I should find a female for me. Sure, you have it in you. Just positive. Males are uncommon, but turning up a female is a once-in-a-century event. I'll give you anything you want. Money, weapons, fancy frame certificate, even the sweets my wife makes. We'll take the job. Oh, wonderful. Best of luck then. I'll be sure to prepare a wonderful reward for you. This came out, I want to say 2006, and this is a 4K upscale, but I am running it in 1080p windowed mode, so I can see things. Yes, it is very pretty for the time. Like, this was a PS3 and 360 game, and it looked pretty good on that, too. I think the depth of field has been turned up on this, for better or worse, and I can turn it off. And some of the texture resolution's been cranked, but the shaders and shit are about white. Define the first. Because the first was Super Nintendo and was pretty impressive for Super Nintendo, too. If you're thinking of the PS2 one, yeah. That's the guy I just talked. Okay. Is that everything? Room complete? Wait. I want to say this is the same one. I am dumb. I was not in the center building. I'm a fool. Different areas are pretty nice. Different spots. The mocap animation is definitely a product of the fucking time, I'll say that. What's the worst thing a man can do to a woman? Oh, honey, I'm not sure I'm allowed to say that on here. Lie to her? Bingo. My husband's secret diary is in there, I'm sure of it. I don't have any hard evidence, but it's gotta be in there. Call it a woman's sixth sense. I see. Could you open it for me, please? Pretty please. I don't have the capacity to open these yet. I'm still missing several rings, you see. Right. She's looking for evidence he cheat. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of stores. Okay. Ayah! Wow. What do you want? Explosives? Lots of explosives? Is there a reason you want a bunch of fucking explosives, ma'am? Poison relief unit, melting unit, mobilization unit. Oh dear. Intelligence breaker. Oh, I'm sorry, I sneezed. Intelligence breaker. Enemy int 30% down for 60 seconds. 90 HP damage to all nearby enemies. Okay. Defense breaker, similar for defense. Got lots of bombs. It's just a bomb shop. It's just a bomb shop. Oh, yes please. Look me up. I'll take 15. You never know what's going to drop. Microhadron, you just, have those. Laser oscillator, those are fucking expensive, but we need them for the scythes. Ooh, I'm going to have to turn down some of these. I don't have the money. This is the first store. Oh no, she has really good stuff. Like, some of this is the stuff I just need. For, like, the high-end crafting. Oh! Like, that's like the high-end shit. Hello, Earthling. I sell herbs and medicine from every corner of the universe. I'm sure you'll find something. Super aphrodisiac times 6. Love potion. Healing, EX healing. Oh my god, you want a lot of cards and stuff. Okay, this is crafting central. Big berries. Give me 10 big berries, thank you. I use them all to make something. Mental stimulant. I'm okay on that for now. I'll take one just to say I have it. Hello. Shopping list. Brand new Millifuili. Millifuili. You go on down the shopping list for me and I'll show the entire recipe to you. Alright. Amy wants to learn how to make new sweets. Research that. Okay, we gotta go ask around for a shopping list, I guess. This one's not even open. It's a lie. This one's a lie. Outside it is very noisy, yes? What could be happening? I don't know. I'm Catface. There's also achievement for doing all of those, by the way. Some of which are red tagged. Sorry. Cashmere. Made from the fur of a special type of goat. Gonna need the ceramic, because I gotta make vase. Wow. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna need a lot of this for the, for craft. Guitar parts. We just get those. Someone want me to make a guitar at some point, so that's good to know.
Experience does not merely come from battle.
I can't keep being a nuisance forever.
I wonder if those are icons from the previous games. Or they're from this one. Some of them are from this one, I think. Some of them look older. Welcome to EN2, comrades. Have you taken the full tour yet? We're in the land of the gods. Alright, I don't know. I'll get into the philosophy of what counts as a god or not with you, dude. I was just saying, like, this place is pretty cool. Cat.
Yeah, let me translate. Are you new here? Welcome to EN2. I know I'm just a cat, but on behalf of all the Morphous residents, I'm glad you are here. This shopping arcade is home to all manner of stores. It's mainly used by people who live in the condos to the east and west. Thousands of lives pass by each other here on a daily basis. With which path will you take while you're here?
Cat's got a poetic turn of phrase.
I'm glad I didn't mess up that translation.
Earrings are up. Oh my gosh. For the man who knows too much. Is there anything of actual value? Really? Wow, that's expensive. Alright, there's lots of stuff here that's really good. But, that does count, I believe. Move my bingo over here so I can actually see it better. It's not enough money. Which I believe is its own thing. Not enough money. There. Ogre armor, dragon guard, mithril. Wow. Alright, you want the good shit. Better defense for several of our guys. Oof. I won bingo. Good job, Solar. And a chainmail. Yeah, there's some good shit. Mind you, this is, I believe, like the last store in the game. Silkworm's retro sound. Yep, you can have it. There you go. My weapons are pretty solid for the most part, but I think this is just older stuff we can still get. What do you got? Slayer's Bangle, Darkness... Oh my gosh. This is the sort of shit where I sit down and start having to write stuff down. You got all that stuff, though. Some places want that stuff. What's the matter? Looking for a guitar. Make a guitar, please. I don't like this girl. Want to form a band? Yuria. Yuria, form a band with me. Yuria. Okay, research center, scientist. I don't. Oh man, I'll deal with that later. I actually am interested in moving forward right now, if you can believe it. But we will go in here and save our little things. And I could, if things go south, go and upgrade our ship. I'm not that eager right now. We have options. We have options, my children. Okay. Before I move forward, though, it is ad time. It is... Whoa. What? No, it is not quitting time. Okay, me too. You hungry too? We're hungry, but it's not quitting time. I can get a snack. You want a snack? What? It's not you? You're not hungry?
No, I...
Okay, yes.
That's what that button means.
Okay. The quitting time button is that you're hungry? I need to feed my wife. How did he get any? I don't know. Let me look at mine. Cards. I don't know how he did it. He got lucky. Let's bite him. Okay. I need to step away for a minute. At least figure out something to feed my wife. And it is ad time anyway? We would have gotten whiffing in combat in a bit anyway, but hey. I am aiming to go down to the dungeon. That is my next step. For the moment, let me run the advertisement and see if I can find something to feed us real quick. I do have plans for dinner, but we are both, let's say, peckish. So, BRB. Ad time anyway. I have found chicken strips. The air fryer is preheating. There will be chicken strips. We will eat chicken strips. Yes. Foster Farms crispy chicken strips. So I'm basically here, but I might have to step away once in a while for like the air fryer maintenance, but don't worry about it. And there might be some munching. Delicious sounds of me eating. Just pretend it's your hog? I don't know. Anyway, thinking about it. Bird's like confusion that this is the same game that we started with. It is worth noting. Star Ocean, very, very, very good at just kind of having art direction all over the place. Whoop! Air fryer's ready. Look at this. I think that's two having sex. That's huge. That's like half the bag. Just that. I'm a little shaking a bit on the ground. if I can pry that apart, because there's no way that's one strip. That's at least two. Oh, big stretch for baby. Big stretch for baby. Okay, big stretch. Big stretch. Need me to mute for a minute? Moving. Just moving. Yes, mute for a minute. Can I mute for a minute? But we're gonna move. Gonna move towards the dungeon. Is it the tiny girl? Oh, good. Someone's about to throw up. My favorite. Merlin's over there. I think that's Merlin coughing. I'm a bad girl. You know why I'm a bad girl? Because this is happening. Look out, every pony. She had me try a weed brownie bite.
Every pony.
Probably the best weed brownie I've had, Liz. Good job. Yeah, I like the weed part. It was just a little nibble. I should be fine. Yellow. Oh, and we're dungeon diving. This counts. I think that got randomed, didn't it? Yeah, that got randomed. Big dumb dead end with no purpose this way. Cool. Map kind of gives that away. Alright, I have books. Excuse me a moment. Mind flare. Mind freak! Yes, please. Sick. Cassie has awoken. Be elated, or I'll beat you to death. I'm normal. Did I not have Bloodstorm Revolution set? Oh. That sounds fine. Two things? Oh yeah, she has this now. Radiant Lancer! Sounds fun. Get hit by spears, then blown away. Lightning, and... Oh. Okay, what if I swap this then? We do Lightning Blast and we give her one of those. Okay, Fury MP boost, good. Okay, you have fast cast at first age. Illusion. I don't run from battles, I don't care. Give her fast cast. Fast. Listen. You don't have to believe that I'm normal. You can have your own opinions about me and my normal self. I don't even have a second skill for Bacchus. I do not love Bacchus enough, clearly. Where's that one guy? He's gonna show up and be like, you don't love Bacchus enough. Be like, you right. I'm sorry. I'm a bad girl. Are you gonna test me? Okay, so if I come in here to battles, oh my god, your symbols are so behind. Fairy healing, upgrade that fleet. I'll spend party SP on that. Like honestly. Fucking just do it. Skill boosted, by the way. I think Kaz is having your wife read her smoot. Just so you know. Okay, we are... Smoot. Okay, so I think the some levels. It sounds interesting. I just don't have it set up to use. Did you? His fucking elemental shit is weak sauce. Let's swap that around. I don't use this. What if I made this the old Bloodstorm Revolution? What then? And then I stab you with a big fucking rock. That sounds fun. What's that one? L? I think I'm actively playing him still, so I need to pay attention to that. But yeah, everyone should want to read Kazi's Smoot. It's pretty good. Doesn't mean it's for everybody, but it is pretty good. What do you mean you changed it?
So I edited it on Tuesday. That's what we did.
Okay.
So it's less.
Does it matter if it's not for everybody? That's interesting. Let me... Okay, what do we got here? Okay, that's a nice little bunch of upgrades. I think. Didn't I get... There's another book I got specifically. Zoology is for Sera. Sera. Okay. You're not reading that on stream. Do it, do it, do it, do it. Get banned. Get banned. You two go read together. She's trying to get you laid! You want the big chicken strip, huh? Hope it's cooked through. You got sauce with it? Oh, it came apart. It wasn't one of them.
I am a... What? You want some?
It's your very large, hopefully cooked through chicken strip. Enjoy. With honey mustard. Oh, baby, I got what you guessed, but I did. That's fine, we got plenty. Make love, not war. Alright.
Are these cooked all the way through before they were air fried?
Yes. Yeah, it's kind of fat. Want me to milk it? Long thing. Alright. Finish the fetch it, let's keep. We got that one so-called strips of half the bag by itself. Oh, wow. You want to fight in the bedroom. You want to wrestle for dominance. I got it. I get it. I do get it. And I approve. Wind ring time. Flora Fauna Laboratory. Wow. We have to side quest the dungeon. I was distracted looking at the chat. Alright, back to Centropolis, I guess. Oh, there's just a bit of bone in my chicken strip. That's not normal. Was when the last one no. Yes? Am I missing any others still? Okay, I guess I get to go dig up graves. You're so mean to me. Fine, I'll start the timer after I get your stuff out of the microwave. Is there a reason you don't like the dashing? Because I don't like that shit. The noise. You just taste shit.
Here, fork and knife.
Need a fork and knife for your chicken strip.
What?
I don't know where the giant bread knife. What? Look at the kitty. The kitty's looking at you. Half awake in the corner.
Hi, May.
Your mother wants you.
He's also slightly stoned.
Happy 420.
Come here.
It's not 420.
It is, isn't it?
22nd.
Well, fuck me. It was 4:20 on Monday.
I was wrong. I told Liz happy 420 and she didn't correct me. I'm a dumbass. No. Good thing everyone already knew. Alright, I gotta turn on the timer and not dash. Doing 10 minutes. 15 is too long. I'm doing 10. We'll compromise on 10. I'm just a slow-mo.
You're gonna be spoiled fat cat. You're gonna be spoiled fat cat. Okay, we got 2 others. They're both spoiled and fat and can't be a healthy. If they're acting, don't get acting. Please don't do that. Sera. Oh, you don't want to be up here with me because you want to be on
Oh,
my plate.
hey, look at that. Big pink. That's a good sign. The unyielding gravekeeper? Is that the tree? Saw that. Saw that? Shining in the hole, guys. Bird is now a winner. Solar and Bird have won. Their prize
Let's go read smut.
is to go read smut to each other. And to me.
No. I would if you wanted me to.
Probably not on stream, baby. At least not this stream. I think I'd get in trouble. I don't think it's allowed on here. I got the wind ring, so I can open this. Swoop. Nice. Secret diary. Wow, she was right.
Knock out the yellow bonus gem.
I haven't even been in combat. It's been 2.5 hours of cutscenes. Echo machine. Wow. She thought he was cheating. He wasn't cheating. And now she's like, I can finally start to love him again now that I have proof from his diary that he wasn't cheating. You will what, probably? Read the smut out loud? On stream? I thought you were just going to read it to yourself and or your hubby.
No, not on stream.
I'm just wondering what she'd lose her nerve over. Oh. I don't know, whip out the old Ara Ara voice and have a good time. I don't know. Dang. I love this class. It's cool. Anyway, time to go back down the hole with my not able to run. Are we enjoying this long straight line I've been in? Alright, we can get rid of vines now. I think there's a whole side area we needed that to get to. Somewhere. I want to say Purgatorium? Okay, before I do that, I'm gonna get a soda. These are spicy. Side note, if anyone wants to donate to my caffeine addiction fund, I am down to 1 can of Diet Coke. Thought I had more than that. Alright. We want to go this way first. Yeah. You're just a flying Reaper man. Ooh, look at this creepy! We're fighting that. Oh, I haven't seen a slime in a while.
Come on, now's our chance.
The battle music changed again. There's a purple gem, pink gem, whatever. This old man just get the shit beat out of him. Damn.
Talk about old show and no go.
Oop, elbowed the mic. I'm great at life. Stroper. Stroper. Alright, took us almost 2.5 hours to get into a single fight. Having fun with that? That's a way of looking at it. Now focus on me. Oh, he doesn't have it. Shit, both were broken. Edge can get around them. Wow! Damn.
All who oppose me will be eliminated.
These for ants. Well, good. I got a disintegration stone. Now I can disintegrate my stones or whatever. All right. What we have learned is those guys are scary, and I might need to switch to Edge so I can have double blind sides.
Not until I surpass him.
It's drying time.
No, not yet. We're just moving forward. This is a maze. Oh, good. We're having the weird spaceship issue again, where there's this random flickering.
Show me some enjoyment. Rising blade. Blink tight.
Nailed it.
Here I come. Rising blade. How'd you like some of this?
That's funny.
Talk about old Sera now, girl.
And so my bad karma gets worse.
All right, we have a. Welcome in, by the way, Wombat. Yeah. There's not really anything that way at this point of direct interest, so we're gonna go this way. Is this different than the other guy, or am I crazy? Oh, the same dude.
Show me some enjoyment. Now you'll get it.
Yeah, I know.
Here I come.
Wow, imagine doing that and not immediately getting creamed. Alright. Well, I did this. Fuck you. Rude ass bitch. Oh my god, I can, that's not a great time for that, but he failed. That one's so hard for no reason. I'm not anticipating it kicking my ass and I just lose it every time. Alright, you know what? I can play this game. Bitch.
Talk about old Sera now, girl.
I can make it the Muria show. I don't mind. There's like something on the wall behind her. You just want to punch my dudes in the face over and over. Oh, that's lightning bolt. You're fucking... I'll keep being bad at the game and using titty mommy to win. Like, fuck it. Is now the night lady? Oh, it's been so long. I'm certain you're talking about the lady in 3. I think she's the one. And she's who I'm thinking of. She's why I never... She's the real reason I never beat 3. They took her from me, and the second I could go back to Roke or wherever, I was determined to go get her back. And then I got lost. So I just gave up. I got so lost on Roke, I was like, alright, it's been 3 days going in circles, I'm done. There's a reason my sense of direction is on the bingo. Mind you, I thought Roke was huge in this one, and I played it again. I'm like, wow, okay, it's nowhere near as big as I remember. I don't remember. I never got her back. How's that? I never progressed the story enough for if I was supposed to get her back. I was like, maybe it's a side thing to get her back. Let's go get her back. And I'm not always the brightest. Okay, it's been a long time. I was just talking earlier, like, I'd be willing to play 3 on here. We were talking about the whole simulation thing when it brought up the missing procedure and all that. But, you know, I don't know. I don't remember those names. I don't remember most of the names. I'm surprised Nell rang a bell. But again, she was my favorite, so. Bunny Call. Allowed you to summon a bunny. I mean, yes. Did she just do that? Requires bunny feed. I can't do it here. Could you imagine just hopping through this dungeon? Hello. Glorp. Nice shot, Edge. You ruined any chance of pink gems for the entire combat. One perfect strike screwed over everything. You're awesome. I got quick cast. You guys like it? I guess not. God, you're gross. That doesn't work well. This does. Beating up the slime, we're beating up the slime.
Let's do this again sometime.
Death himself has nothing to fear.
I assure you my memory is less about the age of the game and more about the fact it's been a long time since I played it. You're fun! Lightning Gorp. There's a pink gem.
Talk about O'Shea and no go.
But I'd be down long term to just play the whole damn series for streams. I just don't know how I do some of them. Like, I have 5 on PS4. They haven't put any of the fucking odd-numbered ones on Steam. You have to emulate all of them. Or get a capture card situation. Even then, like, do I play Second Story's remake, or Second Story's other remake, or Second Story's original? Do I play the first one original, or first one PSP? You know what? You guys were easy. Come here. I'm not sure how to go about that. And also, I'm not the only one that makes these decisions. I do want to involve the Kitty Committee in what we do going forward. So.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
Yeah. I don't have the PS5. I have PS4. I'm very, very bad. And again, I don't have a capture card setup. I'm on PC only. So this is the Steam version of this. That's the weird graphical shit that happens once in a while, I guess. Just, I somehow suspect there's not random black bars flickering in this dungeon on PS3. Or, well, PS5? 5. I can get R2 on Steam, though, so that's not so bad. I need to actually do fights. I am underpowered, and I'm avoiding fights because I'm annoying. Let's actually do fights. If I can fill up the pinks, I can actually just kill things forever. Do these guys really hate it when I do this? I don't know who keeps screwing me over on getting more pink things, but okay.
Amateurs, throwing their lives away for nothing.
You are right though. You can get at least 3 remake on PS4. I know this was on PS4. They have one on PS4. I haven't played 4. I have 3, and I haven't played that. And I have 5, and I love 5 actually. I didn't know that. That's cool. They should add it to Steam. It's also on Switch. Fuckers. Let me have it on the thing I actually touch. Yeah.
We can take him!
So does BBR games actually have different combat, or at least teach you how to play the combat of the first 2? Because I never figured it out. I won't lie. Oh, I just realized what's hitting me. That's an AoE beast that's rushing. Maybe you should chill or try harder.
Amateurs, throwing their lives away.
Like, honestly, I think the technical marvel of what they got away with on Super Nintendo with the original would be cool to show off, but I never really got the combat in it enough to penetrate it.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Because that's back when games, you know, came with real manuals and expected you to read them, not what we have now, like 2-hour-long tutorials at the best of times that are holding your hand, walking through every little system. Yeah. Well, I get that. It was the PSP version. Hello, someone's poisoned or something. Cursed. I don't even know what curse does. It hurts. What cures curse? Holy water. Wow, their shader does some weird shit down here. Look at that. I don't want to fight you guys. You suck. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with you specifically. You seem resistant to most of what I've got with my magic, and my melee is insufficient to me. Well, wait a minute. For this, though? Fine. Might play it real fucking safe, but fine. Falcon kill! That was a good one. And that's fine. You go ahead and do that. I just want to do this, so I can do this, so I can do this. And no blue. Nope, shit, nope, 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 nope. That was foolish. There we go. People who are good at the game can use monsters rushing to their advantage. I, however, am just here to get, boom, ambushed. Because that gives me a green gem, making my bingo people feel included in life. Go up. Uh-oh. That's not a good place to be when it's about to do that. Please don't, please don't, please don't. Okay. I was really worried he's going to break the board.
That was easier than trying to fly.
Alright, we got a green gem, and we actually kept it. And a thunder gem. Woo! Let's see, where is that? Green bonus gem get. I'll go ahead and call it grind time too, because I am like going out my way to fight. Yeah, I'd love to see like the PSP pair thrown up on here. On Steam. I'd love to see the franchise be accessible. That's what I'd love.
Take advantage of their incompetence.
It's already really niche. And the games are so hit and miss in their own ways. I always tell people I have a love-hate relationship with Star Ocean. Like, in general, I like it. Narratively, I kind of go all over the floor with it. It's weird and silly, but I don't know. Love to be able to play all of them in one place, share it and stuff. Like I said earlier, the idea of Wild Arms 5 or Final Fantasy 13 being on the stream list would be, you know, no one wants to play those around, so it would at least be an interesting experience for y'all. Here's the thing, I'm pretty sure no one in the group wants to actually deal with themselves. But, you know, fine. They're not as bad as you might think.
Throwing their lives away for nothing.
You know, out the gate, there were some people being like, they say just about the tutorial.
Thank you.
Which, to be fair, the tutorial on this is... The blindside tutorial is really bad at explaining. If they're not honestly that complicated to do, just explains it really poorly. Hello. Oh. I'm getting to play with so many of my rings. I don't mind. It's extra XP for literally nothing. Or a few full if you want to be really whiny about it. Open it. Are you sure, Sedge? Okay. Oh, you've lost the privilege, dude. I was directly trying to fight you, and you, like, flew over my head. We're out of it. I'm gonna go fight with people that appreciate my weaponry. Oh, hey. Oh, that's a holy light. I thought it was ice. Dumb as hell. Okay, so yeah, we're still missing at least one ring. The next chest is way over there. Ooh, good old-fashioned Ganondorf reverse strings. But before the Ganondorf reversing became Ganondorf stink.
Come on, let's do this.
Decades before Tears of the Kingdom down there. More than a decade. Close to decades. Very close. You missed. Oh, his blind side animation is hilarious. That made my night. You do a little silly dance? What a dude. Oh, he's dead.
Talk about old show and no go. I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Pity. What am I doing? I was going that way to get that box. I like treats. I keep forgetting to add gimme treats to the bingo list. It probably belongs there more than half the shit that is. When's the last time Miracle spawned her stinking giant fork and knife? I don't know. I think she should do that as one of her special moves, but apparently the devs disagreed with me. Rude. Use your assets. Oh, anyway. Just being a bitch. Just being a bitch. Hello, double monster. Would you like to follow me? Like to follow me over here? Yes. Let's get some party SP. Damn. Mean to me. I don't think you like ice. Really trying to get... Can I hit something? Thank you. Just turning on my skeleton or he spawned one? Oh, it did the ambush.
Throwing their lives away for nothing.
I really tried to set that up. That's like...
Is this really okay? Thank you.
Thank you! How is that not close enough to do an ambush? Is it just game doesn't register them as a similar party because they spawn too far apart? I will bite you. Ooh. Either up is a one-way or down is a one-way. If up was a one-way, that would be the meanest thing in the world. So it probably is, but we're gonna go there. How's my shit doing? Iggy... Alright. You guys need it. The other two are fine. Kind of hope that percentage recovery would help out. Fuck the golems, they're awful. So the slime's pretty annoying too. Really feeling that I did not upgrade my weapons. But you could say, Sarah, just fight dudes to get money. And I'm like, yes, true. And that's the end of that argument, because you've won for any reasonable reason. I'm just being stubborn. Hello again. You want to do something with yourself? Hey, look at that. Got on my level. Good for you. I tried. Spooky, spooky soaring, boys. I have a scythe, too. It's still the basic. I'd love to upgrade it, but that requires going back to the ship. I'm indulging the fantasy that the ship is completely unavailable. So it's going to have to fly. Which, it could just be completely unavailable. I don't actually know, but it's check. Probably should have. I'm gonna make a smarter person would have done. I'm doing all these flashy moves, and once in a while I'm just like, you know what? Hit him. Just hit him. No, get away from me. I don't want you breaking my board. I worked hard for this board. It's got party SP on it and everything. Good night, Solar. Oh good, I got his fetish. Beat? Awesome. Or his major fetishes. I'm just like really into 4. Oh, that's why you're a demon. Good up tish. Ooh, big ice wall. I kind of like the big ice wall, actually. It has an appeal to me. It's also freaking the fuck out, so let's put it out of its misery. There you go, I saved you from my GPU, you poor beast. Hello? You're kind of a bitch. I don't really want to fight you, but I do want to fight you because I feel like it. Come here. I'm just gonna use my mages to kill you, okay? If you're metal, do you like electricity? Do you like electricity? Do you want to be electricity? What about ice? We're gonna mostly avoid that by hiding in it? Nice. Okay, Psycho. There we go. It's dead.
Amateurs, throwing their lives away for nothing.
I like how he criticizes random monsters like they're soldiers. How do I get 360 every single fight? I guess did I mark Sera gets disoriented yet? Because it's happened about 62 times. Ooh, it's a wiggly boy! I love these guys. Come here. Bullshit! Alright. Shockingly vulnerable to ice needles. Okay, I guess you're rushing, and I'm lucky that didn't go worse. Pass that, asshole. Oh, I tried to get all three of them. There actually got more than 2 people. The collision boxes are one of my biggest beefs, honestly. Some of the directions they come up with and shit are just wild.
Amateurs, throwing their lives away for nothing.
Guys, do you think he thinks they're amateurs? Who threw their lives away for nothing? I've used recovery items. Crafting menu time, miracle, yellow, blue. I haven't gotten a blue yet, which is really stinking frustrating. Yeah, I'm gonna say I'm probably saying this song's probably happened 67 times and I haven't marked. I keep saying 67 too. The kids must be delighted. I'll say Sera was surprised at some point or other, probably by the surprised hitbox. I mean, I was literally surprised according to the game. Somehow. Alright. They really just, like, cranked that ceiling up, huh? Boob! Yoey! I won one. Oh, Lizzie won. So far, I haven't seen much sign of the thingies. Just generic dungeon monsties. Please be a one-way that's not a trap for me personally. There's stairs over there. This looks promising. Golden. Okay. So there's 2 chests on the southern road we need to check first, then we can actually get on with it. This is why we have the annoying dash button. And the inability to walk in a straight line, apparently. But we don't talk about that one. Yeah, I want to fight the creepy old man who makes a weird noise when I'm near him. Come here, Mandolph. Oh, I killed your familiar instead. Edge, you took my purple from me, my pink or whatever. Oh no, he summoned friend. Oh no, he didn't die. He replicated? Oopsie. I let my slime split, lads.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring on.
Lads and lassies.
All right. Now I'm feeling worthy.
Worthy of what, Edge? What are you worthy of, Edge? Hey, is there 2 here? Oh, there's like a whole thing going on. Okay. Ain't too close enough for it? No. Not even close. Who gets extra XP? We're haggling. Excuse me? Where is it? Give me that. Haggling. I was kind of hoping that would go the other way around, but alright. Can I even afford to boost something like that right now? Yes, actually. Alright, cool. Things now sell for more. I don't sell often. When I do, it'll be worth more. The problem is, with a game that has crafting, you can never know for sure what you're allowed to sell besides duplicates. And in this game, there's some crafting I'm just like, hey, I need 18 of the thing you can carry 20 of. Really? You don't care, and I walked through your ass. All right. Raven staff. Okay. There's a gear update. Upgrade. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, so she got a nice one. Smoke it! Okay. Where am I going? Seriously, did I mark Sera's sensitive direction? Because if I didn't, it's a crime. Sera gets disoriented. Here, go. It's a crime. There. Everyone gets it now. Everyone gets it now. You guys are free. Come here. Oh my god. There we go. What?! You missed. I love their blindsided animation. That is the funniest shit I've seen in a while on this. Or in general. Just that little, oh no! I love it. It's so funny to me. I don't want to be near you. You're really, like, putting off a bad vibe and making me angry. I wish you'd just chill. Hey, you just chilled.
Let's do this again sometime.
Let's play again some other time.
Nothing to fear.
Oh no, I'll play with you some other time. I misquoted the hedgehog. What is my punishment? Am I removed from the Autism Council? Like, what happens now? I'm scared, guys. Recipe. Did you still want to fight? Oh, I took your toy and now you're sad. Okay, bye. JK, God. Trying to attack you and hitting the wall instead is very my life. This thing? These are the ones where I want my guy who can double dodge. You know, if they'll ever let me. Hey, you! Stop it! Blue, 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 blue! Blue? For the love of God! I tried. Not very good at the dollar yet.
Throwing their lives away for nothing. Death himself has nothing to fear.
Maybe there's less time than I think. I should start mashing it early. Go left! Go left! Go left! The problem is, I could swear, if nothing else, Mary made it obvious. There's like some level of input registering on this ahead of like buffer sort of thing. So maybe watch your spamming. I don't know. I don't think it's that serious, but I do notice I am playing very deliberately compared to my usual. Fuck both of you. You're annoying. Okay. Glad we had that little chat. Look at you though. Real life presentation of how, thank God, how I engage with the concept of death. Running in circles. Don't worry about it. It just has a lot of iceworks. They need to be MP'd. Preferably with ice needles. They really don't like ice needles very specific. Let's wonder what my boost situation's like on that. Hello?
Talk about all show and no go.
Furia knows a thing or two about all show because she's not much of an all hider. And it's all out there. Okay, North has another one. Whee! Funny old man! Hey, Grandpa! Yo, Grandpa's electrocuting me. Yo, Grandpa's kind of a bitch. I thought I'd kick Grandpa into the stratosphere, see how Grandpa feels about that. Fuck off, Grandpa. Do you have fun joining NASA? How have I not landed a single, like, crit kill this whole time? That's insane. Like, even when I do the blind sides, it's just not working out. Oh, come on. Bracteat. I love sucking a bracteat. Driving down Highway 40 with an altar on my tent. That's one for the older folks. Look, a save point. Don't mind if I do. Please. No, turn off the power. Oh, fuck, it's a Manicore. Okay, maybe he'll be alright at this. These dudes, anything that follows this vibe, the Chimera things, whatever they call it, has a tendency to just, like, I'm hurt and I don't know why. Like, they got something like the snake can just hurt you by looking at you, right, or something. I don't know. Something about trying to blindside with an auto match. They ate my friend. Hey, there's a blue. Get some fucking work.
Amateurs, throwing their lives away for nothing.
Now we're inside, outside, outside, inside. Okay. Fire version of Sandbird, are you a thing? Are you a... No, you're just a guy. Oh boy. Gonna go ahead and be my girl here. Early Signar. Are you kidding me? Uh-huh, okay. Okay. Yeah, it was bad. That was like a fucking... I don't know if it was whole field AoE, but from my perspective, it weren't great. It weren't a good time. Those are scary. Anyone need... No, let's be real. We're burning blackberries around here. Like, to be real, I like Aramat. I like this group, but I think, tactically speaking, I really need to have one of my ranged fighters in here who can actually manage that a little bit. Which does mean Edge is the sole boy of the front line, but... Oh good, both my favorite things. shit, 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 shit. I see that rush meter going down. Okay, is that genuinely just the whole field? Oh, and he's recovering HP. Oh no, I don't like these at all. Those enter rush and they just go the fuck off. Good lord.
Let's do this again sometime.
Okay, watch out for them. Those are some prickoos. Oh, and there's the center area, which is probably like important. Oh, yeah. They must intend to attack sacred gems. It's just standing there, cell posing menacingly.
It's a Mabel!
Goodbye. Sorry, I see loot points. Nothing makes me stupid faster than free shit. Even these guys cannot deter me from free shit. Hey, at least good XP I have not noticed, I'm not gonna lie.
Please step back.
Treats? Alright, let's go. Let's go, asshole. Ain't gonna get better. I didn't see a heal point in front of this dude either, so that's concerning. Wow, that was pathetic, actually. That's the only thing I see that makes your health meter go down at a good rate. Sorry. Not to be a bitch about it, but you're scary. And we're getting new websites there. Streamboo.com trying to sell me viewers. Very real viewers. I can't wait to pay money to have AI chatbots come into my stream just so my numbers look better. No one will ever be able to tell. That didn't sound like a real statement. That's because no one has ever gotten away with that. Ever. Ugh. Sorry, old man, not today. I'm trying to not be absolutely creamed here, but it's probably not gonna work. Because I'm distracted by treats. I love treats. So anyway, that was the save point before the boss. Oh, but there is a heal thing over here. Hold up, that changes everything. Oh, excuse me. I need to go. I need to. Oh, that was a great op. That was a great op. We only got a couple fights with the boss, and the boss will screw it up. You trust me, but. Blue Rose, that's new, I think, for me. Yep, yep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Damn it!
Uh-oh.
You think that gives you some kind of advantage?
That is quite the mix of boots. Keeper guy, Sera guy. And there's the board-breaking bastard who ruins everything every time. Yeah, that's who I wanted to hit. A guy I forgot was even there. Not the dude who's AoEing the entire house in the hell. What is that? I hit a button. She's just like, maybe. That's the main thing. Oh my god, it is full fucking HP, dudes. No, that's full field. It spawns from the middle, not from him. Wow. Jeez, you're a bastard.
Let's do this again sometime.
Treats? Holy chainmail Batman. Like Scoob! Here we go. I don't know why Batman made me think of Shaggy. Probably because I watched too many of those new Scooby-Doo movies when I was a kid. Which aren't new now. They're ironically some of the oldest Scooby-Doo. But they're called the new Scooby-Doo whatever. Oh yeah, freezes mass. Freeze in midair. There's the words. They leave my mouth naturally and normally, as words always do for me. That's a lot. That's a lot of dudes. What if I can make it work for me though? I'll fight you first, so hopefully the old guy can get the ambush thing from it. At least get one fight of bonus SP, you piece of shit. Play this area for 2 hours total? Combat. Yeah, I don't know. I'll see it. Oh, bonks, I suppose. Thank you. Okay, I mean, it's not doing the thing, so I don't care. He fully healed them. I don't like the implications of a later sign-up. I was pushing that in advance that time. You better work. Hi, Milo. Ambushed. That's okay. Lay down, please. Where are you going? Dude. Well, that's just... Where's Horace? Just my username. Okay.
It's not like I was holding back, but...
Just my username in the support group.
I'm not letting you kids beat me yet.
Isn't it wonderful when effort is rewarded? Is this really okay?
The fact we're all leveling up of it does make me feel like I am doing the right thing. By not hopping over to Mr. Man in the altar just yet. Biocloth.
Please step back.
Oh. Okay. Good pile of stuff. Memorial plate. See, that was actually a thing, or was that a different thing? It's for anyone. No, it must have been a... Must have been one of these. I'm not gonna look through all that. Unless it wasn't, in which case, feel free to correct me. I'm dumb and you have a short attention span. Fine.
We can take them.
Like, shit happen. Only Ice Needle seems to be shit, like, honestly. Maybe it's Maybelline! Everything here seems to really just be nice, and that's fine. I can work with that. I can, in fact, work with that. Okay. Did I kill everything down here in the old map testes? Cool. Heal up again. I'm gonna go to the save thing. Let's see how boss time goes for us. No promises, because him in the middle of that is giving me some sort of flashback. I can't put my finger on why. We've seen bosses I forgot about beat my ass, so clearly I'm getting old and dumb. Kill almost everything here. Just to set it up properly here. Boss fight. Would you believe? Oh, hey, I do have a bingo. The blue gem got me the bingo. Oh, look at that. The one I've managed to get this whole damn time. Like, yellow I get, right? We don't always get yellow. Fine. I don't know if that's right. I'm paranoid about saving. I'm sorry. I'm doing that. I'm almost certain I just did. Okay. We are now ready. We're focused up. I am going to pause and do the ad, because it's been about an hour since the last ad. Try and do them roughly hourly, but not automated. Because when they're automated, they interrupt shit all the time, and it sucks. So, I'm gonna run real quick, stretch my leg, hit bathroom, bio break, make sure I got water. I think I'm out of water. I am out of water. We're gonna try to fight that man. And if it goes well, we'll get some like cutscenes and end on a high note, hopefully. And if it goes bad, next time will be grind time. Oh god, because I was kind of skirting by. But we do need money, and I do have a bunch of shit I can craft. So if this does beat my ass, it's not like there's nothing we can do about it. I'm running a bunch of unenhanced new shit, and I can make even more new shit with all the shit I spent my money on. Whatever. I'll be right back. Water, yes, and yes. Okay. Sorry. Took me an extra second there. Water got. Bathroom used. Magic. Magic. I need to find a man. We're gonna go find a man. We'll see how it goes when we find a man. We have full everything. We have most of the monsters we need. What? It's up to you, man. All I ever looked at was hit. She's drawn a Navi.
More.
I see.
Be careful, people. This one isn't like the other Grigori.
All the shapes and I've been staring at
Transformed already?
forever.
Lovely. It saves us the trouble of
Watch
waiting.
Avatar,
Now
not
let's get down to
Avatar.
business and
Okay.
clean this mess up. I won't allow that hideous thing to remain in our sanctuary for another second.
Nor I.
So, you seek to stand against us once again? We advise you to withdraw from this place immediately, so that your lives may be briefly prolonged.
Sorry, but no can do. We're through letting you bastards have your way.
You will not withdraw, just as well. You shall sing your own glorious songs of destruction. May your hymns of despair become the first cry of a beautiful new universe, as they weave together in infinite harmony.
Well, well. Looks like X's theory was right. You think we're just going to let you destroy our universe?
You Grigori sure are talkative, aren't you? We should thank you for telling us so much. Unfortunately, you're not going to find us considering your little proposition very carefully.
There's no point in trying your mind control. We have no intention of falling for the same trap again.
Will magically not work on us this time.
Perhaps such simple life forms as yourselves cannot comprehend the fact that we are one who is all. It is we who shall not fall into the same trap again.
No.
Now, it is over. Yet, our compassion will not rob from you your will. The light of life radiates most brilliantly the moment that it ends. Come, and bequeath that light of yours unto a new universe.
Chew. Yep, that makes sense.
You possess a power of which we know not. What are you?
Head McShooty.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a little different, that's all. Wake up, everyone! We haven't even begun to fight!
A great error. I will not be made a fool of. Prepare yourself.
One shots all of us. Again.
Let's do this, Kay.
Edge, come on.
Right. Ah!
You life forms puzzle us. Why do you wish to die in agony? We cannot comprehend this. Your death cries shall serve to play a beautiful overture for the creation of a new universe.
That is a fair number of ads. If I've learned anything in this game, it's that ads is bad news for us. Crocodile spawn. They're rushing in, and it shoots them at us? Okay, we killed one. Oh, it just uses that shit. Oh, your rush is very long. Okay. If I get your attention, what then? What if I get your attention, what then? There it goes. Mine. Okay, it can be baffled.
Disappeared.
Did you disappear? Ignoring me again. I don't like that. What's it doing? I like that. We're gonna... I like how you can stop. That's taking long enough. I probably need to interrupt that. Yeah, we need to rush that. Okay, fine. Yeah, you are paying attention to me again, but you're also pissed. Too far away. Dude, really? At least this doesn't last very long. It's pretty easy to avoid. I can wait for a stronger opportunity out here. It's not the end of the world. It's fine. But we're getting little hits in here. I'm not sure if I managed to accomplish anything there, but fine.
How'd you like some of this?
I can't believe we did that to the spawn. That's frustrating. Alright, new idea. What I was trying to do. If you don't take damage, that's fine. The goal isn't just dealing damage. The goal is to pop as many of you little fuckers at once as I can. It's some fucking point. Somehow it is still angry at Edge. That's great for me. But also, I feel like I'm still somehow losing, so it keeps either beating these to heal, or... I'm not sure what it's doing. It seems to restock them, if nothing else, but is that good for me or bad? Also, he's not taking the most damage. I failed. I forgot what I was spelling out. I was just thinking. I can't understand what it's saying when it does that either. God, it's so loud. What I'm trying to do is pop as many of these as I can. Kind of assuming that's vital. It's doing something with them every chance it gets. It's doing it often. In this case, it's been doing it for a hot fucking minute.
servants.
This edge doesn't do much. Oh, I think Uri is actually the reason we're still alive. I think that freaking mob man thinks it's been doing anything. It's only concerning because I'm not hitting it that much. And again, there's no way to manually set your damn target. The main result is I don't know for sure if anything is actually getting accomplished. It's like that is chip damage. I have to assume I have to kill all of these. In that case, I have a different idea. If we're doing crowd control, let's bring in Victoria. Because let's be real, Kirby takes care of some shit. Don't AoE much better than servers. Not the most damage, but it is taking care of the little moves on the side too, so. I'm chipping at it. That was some hit shit. Holy. What the hell did we just do? Did I break it and just beat the shit out of it? What was that? Ouch, my thingy. Oh, fuck! No! That escalated immediately. Dude. Okay, yeah, it was definitely, we broke something. pissed it off. I don't seem to be pulling off a second time. I am definitely interested in how this is playing out. Clearly this is some sort of power up, right? Every time one of those pops, I see like 900 damage actually go through or something. So I have to assume that's something. Server summit ass fight you'll ever see in your life. Oh, you're dark. It's just like getting blinded or fogged or whatever. I love when Fritz hits slowing the game down level, like you're just in an old NES Mega Man situation. Try Spiral Fang? I don't know. They're all fire. Yeah. I'm not sure it matters. Attend me, my servant. Okay. We're not gonna do shit. Okay, let's just do a fresh sage for a limb here. I don't know if this is working or not. That's with every boss on here. I'm not even holding aggro, which I know is kind of something Limel does well. Targeting all that, so no screwing with it like blindside. Clearly some kind of shield, and I don't know what to do with that. I'm looking it up. I feel like I'm not getting anywhere. I've tried a few different things to thin these out. If it's just I don't hit hard enough, we're in trouble. But that hasn't been anything that it is yet. So either this is working and it's just really fucking slow, or... Long battle due to its high defense and the fact that blindsides don't help. Miracle with Ripper Pounce, Applause of Furies, and Aramat due to their large areas of offense. Force spawns will be invincible throughout the battle. Oh. Oh, so we are literally doing what we're supposed to do. This is just the fight. So the four that surround it can't be killed. It is literally calling for Mary and Aramat for this. So when it's doing this, this is your chance to actually hurt the motherfucker. So it gets down to the four. The four can't be killed. They're invincible. And when it's around it, they're respawning, but that's also when its guard is down. She just has high-ass defense. Good luck. Yeah, Aramat's getting some 4 digits in there. Some of this is actually working. Taking that there. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Where is it? Black bags for me. Ooh, one for the healer would probably be good too. Yankees. Where's that mental stimulant? I'll give her that. Let's see. I hate that that's how this works. Okay, there we go. Yeah, kill that thing. Oh. Ow. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Ouch. Yeah. Problem is, I think Mary's like way underleveled. Oh shit. Come on, guys. It's imperfect berries. That's about all that works here. Oh, hey, it's actually fighting us directly. Wow. 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 Good blindside arm. That really worked out. The problem is, this is kind of outliving my own attention span at this point. Like, I'm, get kind of sick of looking at this dude. It was starting to bore me. This sucks. That's just a holy fuck you buff. Dude, I literally just wanted to give him some fucking berries. And I found the button that switched on the bottom. An air recover button. Anything, you know. It'd be nice. That's all I'm saying. Oh, thank fuck. You took too long. Character knocked out? Absolutely. Cerberus summoned? Boy, howdy, yes. Mission accomplished. I'm going to say yeah. Oh. Sera did get a little tilted. Not like angry, but enough I'm going to go ahead and say that happened. I did misquote Sonic the Hedgehog earlier, so this one happened. Okay. Breathing for just a second. Nice bit of XP at least, right? Mary's still down to kill. She's still down to kill. The thing is, so much of this game is motion captured that you figure that probably is too. So imagine someone trying to do that motion. Did they go that speed or is that sped up? Debate. Though I am finding with 3D animation, the hardest part of 3D animation is making it look not like a loop like it is with any other animation, frankly. It's offsetting your individual points so it's not super apparent. Reflection. Very light. Good job, Lim. That was miserable. Just long. Looked up the wiki, and the wiki's like, yeah, this fight is long.
Why do you insist on standing against us? If not for you, the universe would have been transformed so exquisitely.
Raimi, finish it.
Right.
You bitch.
Ray, that was so cool, Kay. Raimi takes home the credit for this one.
No, I didn't do anything.
The Grigori said it itself. If you hadn't been there, it would have been the end for all of us.
I suppose this is what they call the hidden strength of women, hmm?
Yeah, sure, Sera.
Miria. Sera.
I have reported the Grigori's destruction to Mr. Giotto. He relays his thanks to all of you. Further, he suggests we rest for today in the Centropolis.
Well, let's take him up on that. We could use a bit of rest.
I'll drink to that. I could really use a hot shower.
I'm really hungry. Okay? If you're hungry, I'm famished. Oh, Mary, please don't look at me like that.
Do it. Let me mark it on the bingo for the first time since I put it there. You did it all the time till I put it there.
Raimi,
Not a chicken.
What is it, Edge?
you must be tired. Let's get some rest.
That's what we were already going to do, you magnificent himbo. You absolute dolt. Raimi, thanks for saving me. I love you. Raimi, you're so awesome. Let's make out. Raimi. So many options you had, Edge. Meanwhile, in Bioshock.
Can't sleep, huh?
Yeah. I just woke up a moment ago.
Did you have another bad dream or something?
I've become immune to
I
sleep.
dreamt about Mom and Dad.
I see. Thanks for what you did today. If you hadn't been there, it would have been the end for us.
Don't mention it. It sure surprised the heck out of me. Everybody was down, and I didn't know what to do. But that power, it saved me. You know, I've always hated my own body.
Haven't we all?
I wished I'd been born a normal human. I held a grudge against Mom and Dad over this. I despised this power inside me that I couldn't understand. But, you know, that power I hated so much, it protected everyone.
Being immune to diseases. Oh, you poor baby.
Including the person most important to me.
Myself.
It made me so happy.
Raimi.
I'm the top.
You're okay now, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm fine now. Now I can finally say this and mean it. Mom, Dad, thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank them for it, like I did. Dear Mother and Father, thank you so much for the super awesome crest, you know?
I'm normal.
Edge, that's so like you.
You're such a dork.
I wish I'd talked to you about this sooner. You came to terms with the Muon power inside yourself so easily.
What?
Like it was nothing at all. I feel stupid having worried about it for so long.
You
Sorry
were.
it was so easy for me.
Seriously, doesn't this look like Rapture? He's kinda.
I never realized how broad your back is, Edge. And it's so warm.
Thanks, I guess.
What are you talking about?
Glad you're white enough. I'm white enough for you. Okay. We attempted to animate
Remember
holding
what
hands.
Elena said to me before? To always stay with you?
Just dawned on me. Do we ever see their thumbs move? Are their thumbs, like, unbendable?
So can I be with you?
You already are stupid.
Of course.
Thanks. The dream I just had. It was the one I have all the time. Mom and Dad were there, and they said the same things to me they always do. Until tonight, it was just a plain old nightmare. But not anymore. You see, I finally realized even I can bring happiness to others. I really am a seed of hope. Hope for humanity's future.
You say that like you've ever been a burden to this party. Like... Okay. Children, we are saving. And we are calling it. That is 4 hours at Star Ocean. And we're about to have a bunch more cutscenes. So that's something we can easily look forward to next time. I think... So here's the deal. Here's the deal, as far as I know, based on brief rereads of, like, what's coming ahead and my own memory. I think there is one mandatory dungeon between us and the end of the game. Does this zoom in and out slowly? Am I crazy? Okay, my eyes are freaking with me because of the otter cat. I'm like, cool. I have weird eyes. So we can bolt through it, or here on N2, I believe we can go back to the sanctuary, and each of those 4 gens is its own like sub dungeon to get some of the best shit in the game. There's at least one on Roke that's optional too, if not a second one. Of which one of those, if there is 2, is a post-game exclusive, I believe. And there's the arena and all that. There's a bunch of side shit, but in terms of just getting through it, we're very close to the end. Which is, in hindsight, really funny they give you RMAT this late. I really thought it happened earlier, but I could also be wrong about the time. But we do have a lot of optional stuff open, so I will consider what works best for amusement. I'm assuming most of you are here for the plot and to see me get on with it. So that's the presumption I'm going under. For now, though, let's see here. Let's hop back over to our lovely, safe little cave. Boom. Yeah, good chunk. Good chunk. We went to N2. We did the dungeon on N2. We got some cutscene on N2 to get to next time. And that'll be great. The Catalyst is supposed to get respect. And I believe we get free reign of the universe briefly before we get on with our lives. And then, if that is accurate, if my memory is accurate, I could be wrong. We might only be a session or 2 out from just being done with Star Ocean 4. And then I'll have to figure out what comes next for the old Streamolines. I also got a bunch of Tales games to play. I got so many games. I got Grandia. I'm hesitant to do Grandia on here, if only because the translation did not... Same with like Disgaea 2. The localization did not change for the updated ports. So there's some slurs we don't take kindly to around here and there in the text. So we'll see what happens with any of that. I also have Fey text. I have all kinds of weird shit. We'll figure it out. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to go address my wife and any needs she has for the evening. I believe she even has writing tomorrow, so I might have to go to bed reasonably and be polite. We'll see. Regardless, I will be back on Twitch probably like Friday again for dev shit. I like doing that. It's fun. We can continue our efforts to do what I set out to do last time. Story of my life. I'm going to do this. 7 things later. Okay. And spinning, and spinning, and spinning, and spinning. Otherwise, spin Sera. Who am I pointing at? Chink, chink, chink. I'm pointing this way. Is it you? It looks like it's loud, mostly. Mwah. No, I didn't kiss Unlimited because the chat... Okay, whatever. Hey. Yeah. Tomorrow, some sort of art shit. I got the first Esther thing done. I might do the next one. Or Scabs. Or just work on the it's almost the end of April, the page for the patrons, because that's what they wanted this month. And you too can back me on Patreon. If you want. I'm Ketears. Patreon.com/Ketears. Most of you are already there, actually. Which, again, is a thing that you think would show up on my lovely credits here. My lovely credits. There they go. Honey, you don't have like 2 mods are in the day. And a cheer. Ooh. My legs. Yeah. So, I think that's that. Claim your bingo. If you haven't claimed your bingo yet, do it. There's no way you don't have your bingo yet. Look, I'm even making more things. I'm even making more things. I'm going to give you a bonus. I'm going to say Miracle spawned Cutlery because she did in my heart. Okay? There you go. Thanks for joining me. You just got here. I'm sorry, Limited. Yeah, I tried to start at a more reasonable time today, a little bit. So.
You can keep streaming. I don't care.
Oh no, I'm shifting gears. It's been 4 hours of Star Ocean. I started at a real boy time, but I'm not a real boy. I'm an otter girl. A little earlier than usual. Tried waking up like a human. Well, okay, are you hungry?
What?
Do you want me to cook that stuff still, or is that chicken enough?
Oh, whatever you want.
I'm asking what you want.
You want. You're the one ending your stream.
I don't care.
You have a lot of people in?
I have 7.
So say fuck it and keep streaming.
Okay, I could fuck it and keep streaming, I guess. But I am gonna go to the bathroom now.
Give yourself a bathroom break and a food break, so you be right back.
Bathroom stretch. Fine. We'll keep going. We'll do it live. We'll stream like the real people who do it for way too long. I'm bouncing around like I ate every caffeine in the universe. Bye. Be right back. Where's the button? Oh, God. Imagine if, like, someone censored a hentai with me. Just like, eh, eh, eh. Normal person thoughts from a normal person. Oh no. I think she's getting Taco Bell. I guess she is hungry, but she doesn't want whatever I... Oh yeah, I was gonna make the chicken stuff. She probably didn't want the chicken stuff. Also, the stream actually has people in it a little bit. You know, we're having a good time. She's watching Avatar.
I'm trying to draw an avatar.
She's trying to draw an avatar. She's working on a Navi, you see.
I'm trying really hard.
Looks pretty good. Not gonna lie. Looks legit. This says nice. Abel says hallway.
What?
Mabel's looking down the hallway. Thank you for defending N2 Sanctuary. That's one of my favorite spots. I can't go there as often as I'd like, but it's so beautiful just looking at it. It's a satisfying experience. I'm sure all the other residents appreciate your efforts too. You should be proud of yourselves. This girl's more grown-up sounding than I am. Yeah, Mary, you kind of act like a small child. I wonder what the weapons shop is. Stronger sword. Stronger bow. Ooh, light element. I feel like that would have helped. Do feel like that would have helped. Lightning cannon, slasher claws. Yeah. Okay, let's start with the, Wow, I can't afford the spear. Alright, whatever. I got him the lightning cannon. I can't get that. Okay, that's all I can do. So be it. I think I had these the whole time, though. That's stupid of me. That's a good attack, but it's not great for some things. Oh my god, the lightning cannon makes Baka stupid. That's a straight up trade if his int matters much, but the attack's really good. I feel like I had this the whole time and I didn't use it too. That's good to have though. Not a bad pile of upgrades though. We had to go to the elevator, didn't we? Yosh. 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 Sonic the Hedgehog. Cat number 2. Yow. Did the master catch my cold? Oh no, I hope not. What you got? Morphus, watch over the universe in shifts. Most of us are cryogenically frozen down in the underground lab. Only a few of us are awake at any one time. They choose who to wake up at random. And yet you all seem to know each other. So, that's interesting. Maybe that's the whole X thing. You are the will of the Morphus. All the ones who are asleep, maybe? We all die someday. What's your excuse now, lady? I just don't think people are allowed beyond that point. must have meant A. A. Ah. A is for ah. Boom. Okay.
Huh? What?
Applause.wave.
These are the soldiers that will participate in the operation to take Nox Obscurus. Our comrades pay tribute to you for destroying the Grigori. Allow me to offer my thanks as well. You have our gratitude for protecting our sanctuary from the Grigori.
It's nothing, really. I'd rather discuss our plans to stop the missing procedure's activity.
Ah, the operation to take Nox Obscurus. X presented us with the mission details earlier.
Fuck you. You didn't need to be there.
First,
What's this Nox Obscurus?
That's what I've been wondering too. Maybe you should start by telling us what it is.
You're absolutely correct. Allow me
I
then
am a
to explain
dumbass.
Nox Obscurus to the best of my ability. The missing procedure fuels itself by absorbing energy from the universe's many life forms. This much you already know, correct? And, as X has explained, the Grigori secreted by the missing procedure serve to stimulate the generation of this life energy. Nox Obscurus is an object that exists between the two. It connects the Grigori and the missing procedure, an interface, if you will.
An interface, you say?
Harry actually did it.
It amplifies the energy furnished by the Grigori and serves to supply that to the missing procedure. Our investigations into the energy flow led to the discovery of this black celestial body, Nox Obscurus.
Jump scare.
I see. So that is the process. The missing procedure secretes Grigori. The Grigori then stimulate the production of life energy.
Yes.
That energy is absorbed by Nox Obscurus, amplified, and sent back to the missing procedure.
It's
the
a
missing
memory
procedure
leak.
then uses that energy to secrete more Grigori.
The cycle is continuous, eternal, until the universe is destroyed.
The missing procedure is indestructible. The Grigori essentially limitless, which leaves Nox Obscurus as our only target.
Nox Obscurus. Basically an energy cycling system. If we can eliminate it, we suppress the missing procedure's fuel supply.
To be precise, we may be able to suppress it. There is no guarantee of success. Even so, it is the only road open to us.
So that's what it was all about. Now I finally get it. Could you explain that once more, maybe? Sari, you're over here. Come on, don't get in everyone's way. Oh dear, oh my. This is kind of sad.
Please, continue, Giotto.
Yes. The operation itself is
This is
extremely
kind of
simple.
sad.
Infiltrate Nox Obscurus and terminate its operation. Everything hinges on this point. Comrades, direct your attention to the screen.
JPEG of Doom.
So this is Nox Obscurus.
Is something wrong?
No, it's just that I get the feeling I've seen this somewhere before. Probably my imagination.
No trick of the imagination, Mr. Edge. We know it.
What?
Huh?
The Cardionon mothership. The space fortress we so narrowly escaped. Its warp destination was, in fact, Nox Obscurus.
Oh.
The end result of the Cardionon's accelerated evolution was extinction? And their ultimate fate to become a part of Nox Obscurus? Those people were wrong. But even so, what reason could there possibly be for that to happen to them?
Planet hungry
So?
munch.
Where exactly might our charming friend be now?
This is difficult to say, but I'm afraid Nox Obscurus is currently en route to your solar system. If it continues on its course, it will eventually reach Earth.
What?
I cannot claim to know the reason, but its movement enabled us to ascertain its position.
Edge.
You don't have to tell me. We're stopping it before it reaches Earth.
Right.
Our investigations did reveal one fact. In the very center of Nox Obscurus, right here, we have detected a single life sign.
A single life sign?
That was fast.
Correct. There is something here. And this thing, whatever it is, supplies energy to the missing procedure.
Really? Well,
Fight the son of a bitch.
It can only be the nerve center, the heart of Nox Obscurus. Now I will discuss the operation, with regards to the points just
I
outlined.
need to get the food from outside. I'm turning this way up.
First, we will deploy EN2 to the destination point, and use it as our external base for the assault on Nox Obscurus. We will launch an attack on the planet, penetrate its atmosphere, then make landfall at the pole. Upon infiltrating the interior, we will secure areas by force and construct a transporter for return to EN2. This will be a specially designed device, as transfer symbols will be ineffective. With transfer to and from EN2 possible, we will be able to fight with an advantage. Then, finally, we will eliminate the unknown life form at the planet's core. In doing so, we should be able to sever the energy supply to the missing procedure. Needless to say, our efforts will undoubtedly be met with fierce resistance.
Food isn't here, but the food is here. I'm waiting for the guy to come with the food. Shit!
May fall. Nonetheless, if even one of us manages to reach the core, it will mean our victory. Gather to lead of the Morphus, and those of our comrades who even now journey across the vast universe.
Honest, if you're gonna have like half-hour cutscenes, they need to have a pause button.
I expect your best efforts.
Like the one dude in the crop top.
That is all.
Just one.
Please stand by in your ships. We will commence the operation as soon as preparations are complete.
I think I've got the best abs on this planet, and you will look.
Your ship's armament overhaul is complete. Your firepower has been vastly increased.
Thank you, Giotto. We'll all be standing by aboard the Calnus. Let's go, people!
It's outside.
The
When
door?
Crow gets here, please tell him
Trouble.
we went first. You snooze, you lose.
I
I shall.
Hurry up, Edge. What kind of trouble?
Never mind, it's outside our front.
Okay.
Can we win?
We will.
You could really let go. Now it's done. You could really let go anytime, Edge. You could. No, we will win. Okay, I get. I can see why you've never been on a Blu-ray.
Some of them free dive, some of them, like this, are breathe underwater. Others free dive.
Impressive.
They make it very peaceful, actually.
Doesn't seem it right now.
I don't have straws.
Okay. I don't think I do either. Sorry. Good luck. I'm back and I have nacho fries. You may be jealous of me. It's not the plan, but hey. Sometimes plans change. And you stream after that. When you attempt to save the universe or something. I just turn around. Hey, Giotto, what up? Ah. I don't want to do your work, sir. Okay, we're gonna have a way to teleport between Nox Obscurus and here.
Could I take like 2 cheese sauce?
Yes. Were you meant to have one? Ah. That would explain why I have 2 cheese sauces, you see. Cheese, too. All right. Let's do look. Go to Central and check our site. We should have a nice upgraded boat. Let me guess, I can't go this way until the operation's complete. Mm-hmm. There will always be a reason, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, time for the big yeet. Like, I don't know what that does to you in a bubble that you're not going to launch, but right on. Imagine being in that thing, just... From 0 to 20,000 in 0.1 seconds. Oops, I just went back where I came from. I guess this was just a cool way to look at those ships. I was on autopilot. I was kind of zoning out. I'm not gonna lie, I had a nacho fry in my mouth. I need to tell you something. I'm not sponsored by Taco Bell. I should be. I love nacho fries. I'd shill nacho fries. I'd do it. I would do it. I don't have the most viewers in the world, but boy howdy, I'm convinced them nacho fries are the best thing in the world. I'd do it. I'd spend all my time like, you know what's great? Star Ocean and nacho fries. Please help me pay my rent and feed me nacho fries. This is a really good one too for me. I cannot complain about it. Nacho my fry baby. Uh-oh.
You've really gone and done it now, haven't you?
Right, she'll talk to us.
Welch.
I can't believe you defected from the USTA. They're going crazy over here from the brass on down.
Look, I just stood by my beliefs. That's really all there is to it.
So did I. I'm sticking with Edge all the way, no matter what.
Living life on the edge.
You're serious, aren't you?
I'm bad at that. Please be goofy.
I really appreciate all the support you've given us, Welch. Even if you were kind of annoying sometimes.
Yeah. It's sad to think that we won't be talking to each other like this anymore. Although, in a way, it is kind of relieving.
You two don't hold back. I like that. But that's beside the point. Why are you acting like it's goodbye anyway?
It is, isn't it? We've officially defected. The USTA won't continue to support us.
The USTA won't, no. But I'll have your back until the bitter end.
I'm the unofficial ninth party member. Welch,
Vic.
no.
I'm telling you, I'm your ally. I'll keep on giving you support, so feel free to ring me up whenever you need. All I need to do is futz with the comms data a little. The bigwigs won't have the slightest clue.
Are you really sure?
I'm bored.
I hope you know I think of myself as a member of your crew.
Welch, thank you.
Hey, I'm doing this for you two lovers, you know.
Huh?
You've really gone and done it, haven't you? Who would have imagined eloping to the ends of the universe?
Eloping?
Welch, what are you talking about?
Escaping from an oppressive organization to find secret love beyond the stars? Auntie Welch is rooting for ya.
Hold on a second, Welch. What does that...
And hangs up.
Try not to have too much fun with yourselves, kids.
Well, no, we're supposed to have it with each other. That's the whole logic of that. Well, no, she
And that was
phasmophobia ghosted
just
out.
Another one of her jokes, right? She knows the truth, doesn't she?
Of course she does. She knows. Or at least, I'd like to think she does.
What it's time for? Hit the wrong
What's
button.
that? Let me see, let me see.
Oh yeah, look at all that. Look at all that. Wish I could just make mental stimulant now. Hold the fuck up. What?
Hey, gang. Let's just get right into it, shall we?
Alright, let's see here.
Well, what are we making?
Stormblade, flame sword. Ooh. We can make a flame sword. We have one. Ice crusher sword, no. Unknown. Hunting bow, earth soil bow. I had to sell that or whatever. I used it for things. Sacred spear is a big no-no, but not too far off. I just need a crystal skull. All of Indiana mana. I don't have as many options open as I thought I did. Might be important.
The amounts right? Look what we made.
Okay.
Figure it out soon. I don't have all day. Wanna make something?
I don't care about anything in here. I was looking to see if I could make any of those new weapons.
Well, what are we making?
But also,
What you want?
so far I'm a little
Well,
disappointed.
what are we making?
Laser set that needs citrate. Damn. Half the reason I bought that stuff was to hope I could make one of these for him. That Swiss Army piece of shit. Look at that. What is that? Man,
What you want?
that's a lot of money for not having anything I can do with it. I need 2 more blue roses. I can make 1 blue rose. Interesting. It's only one place to harvest those so far, I think. We just have to go down and just live at the, no, whatever. Make 2 of these. I can restock them pretty easily. Do it.
Don't screw up the order, okay? The deed is done. Use it in faith. Wanna make
Oh, that
something?
reminds me. Not quite out of the woods yet here, are we? I'm gonna call it a Welch jump scare. Why not? I tried Rainy briefly. Surely we'll just run out of bingo. You know what I mean? A little underwhelmed with what I could do there. I really thought I'd have more at my disposal than basically nothing. Oh hey, a couple regen symbols is good. Well, not regen symbols. The what you call it? The mental stimulant. Yeah. A bunch of those, please. Every little bit. I have the memory plate. I can put that down too, so what that actually does. Just gotta find a nice spot. You okay, baby? Are you okay?
End of the second movie.
Is it Jake? Oh. Oh. Did the kid drown trying to save him? Oh. Oh. Well, bummer. I don't know what that means, but okay. Like, is there an audible difference in echo? Because I didn't know. I have to find a different spot to put this. I don't know what this purification plate actually fucking does. Bridge isn't really anything. I'm gonna put it there. Memory plate. Oh my goodness. I've never run from a fight. Only a bitch runs from a fight. Well, do with this what you will. Good job, Sera.
I just decided to have a shower and clean up a little.
Ah! Let's fucking do it, dogs. Oh, he gave me a choice of where to go.
Here they come! They're coming! I've got tacos, and they're gonna get me! This just contributes to my hopes that someday we get a Star Fox Warriors, and it includes dog.
Warp out complete. We're in the path of Nox Obscurus's anticipated route. Any further advance will have adverse effects on this solar system. Hence, this will be our final line of defense. All units, launch immediately.
Destination, Nox Obscurus. Calnus, engage!
There he is! Sparrow should bullet hell would go hard. We got big guns. And mad zoomies. Who
Damn
runs?
it! We missed again? What's the problem?
Ask the tracking systems, not me. It doesn't matter how much new data we input. Their combat patterns change so fast, the systems just can't keep up.
Why? Isn't our ship like uber powerful now?
It doesn't matter how powerful ordnance is if it doesn't strike the target. Every one of our volleys is missing. The Phantom ship's evasive abilities are most exemplary.
I'm glad to hear you're impressed, but let's try and take at least one of them down, shall we? Even an elite pilot of my class would break out in a sweat with this many guns pointed at her.
I'm gonna go out there and blow them all away.
That's not gonna work.
I may not be able to do much, but I'd like to help too. Now, how do you get outside again?
This doesn't look good at all.
Just step out into space.
Huh. Even I have to admit this is getting a
Even
little
I,
difficult.
even I. You've been real quiet, Aramat. Mr. Give me the guns.
That is recklessness, Mr. Aramat.
Shut up and watch.
Look what I can do.
Amazing.
What are you doing? Hurry up and move it. We'll be surrounded again.
What? Oh, yeah. Would you, Miria?
Roger. You did hit every target, but manual aiming? That's not just primitive, it's barbaric.
You people rely far too much on your machines.
Harsh criticism. But thanks to Mr. Aramat, a golden opportunity presents itself.
Can't argue with that. Now we can make a beeline straight for Nox Obscurus.
Aramat, you have weapons control.
Leave it to me.
Right. Calnus, continue forward.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just a couple guys. But in the that vast depths of space, we can in fact go under them.
So this is the Black Planet feeding the missing procedure its energy. Nox Obscurus.
I don't know why, but looking at it makes me shiver.
Now that we've broken through their defenses, resistance should be light. Why not go ahead and take this all the way?
Yeah.
All right, lady.
We're setting down on the planet's pole.
Wait. Mr. Edge, look at this.
Huh? What's that?
I don't know. Tell me. Wave 2. USD to clones.
Resistance is, not very light.
They're more serious about defending themselves than I would have thought.
This force is approximately double that which we faced earlier. It would seem that the missing procedure provides them with truly limitless military strength.
I told you I was death incarnate.
Wow.
If we don't cut off their source, this will never end. Damn it! What are we supposed to do?
Is that our boy? That's a lot of boys. Kenny? Kenny and Crow? Crow and Kenny? Can't all just be Crow. Well, showing up in Gurren Lagann.
Where did that attack come from?
Edge, look at this.
Hold on, is that together, I think? It's a bit better identifying this shit. Yeah, that's Crow. I'm almost sure.
Is that an Eldarian ship?
Front and center?
Mr. Edge, we are being
I thought
hailed.
that was the sister ship. Am I dumb? Am I bad at eyes?
Commander Kenny!
And Mr. Gagon, too.
Well, well. We haven't spoken since Eos, have we? We've all been through a great deal, but I'm pleased to see you well. Although, I suppose this is hardly the time for cheerful reunions.
I'm glad we could make it, Mr. Maverick.
Commander, why?
After we parted ways, we detected an unknown celestial body approaching our solar system. I couldn't help but imagine this sudden development was somehow connected to the information you supplied. And after coming all this way to see, it would appear my suspicions were correct. Allow us to join you.
You got a whole fucking army behind you on
We
suspicions?
Eldarians may not be able to offer much, but we'll do what we can. Our friendship with Earth is important to us.
Yes, dear.
Mr. Gagan convinced the Eldarians to help, so
Gonna be a
that we
minute.
might all discover the truth of this. We'll watch your back. Go.
You said keep going. We're going into the final dungeon.
Yes, sir. We will.
It's like big long climax
Incidentally,
cutscenes.
I don't see young Faze with you.
Faze is helping an Eldarian refugee ship, sir. I firmly believe he'll come back to us once his brethren's crisis is stabilized.
It seems my sending Faze along with you was a wise choice indeed. Please, take care of him.
Ominous.
Calnus, full speed! Engage!
Pew. Well, that planet's big. Whoa, pre-render. Saying a Warriors game with like space battles though? This level of shit going on? Those things are so cool. Nice shot.
Hey, Mabel.
Oh no. Those are all there. Looked pretty good for not using air or anything because it was like carbon based. All right, not carbon. All right, silicone based. Whatever it said. Not alive. Not
We're
really.
almost at Nox Obscurus's pole. The course is clear.
Perfect. This is our chance.
Like
We're going to
Funko
break
Pops.
through from above the pole.
Is that the Cardion ship? Did they just say that? Did I zone out?
What the hell? The Cardion ship.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
the
they just
pole
said
is
it,
being
didn't
sucked into the planet.
It's
More
still
precisely,
Perimeter?
the surface matter of Nox Obscurus is being drawn to
is.
the pole. You might liken it to a rise in the polar sea level. Concurrently, I am detecting a massive flow of energy to the pole.
Play-Doh time. Hey, seriously. Skies of Arcadia style ship battles also was an option.
What the hell?
Proper response. Nani the what? The One Ring to rule them all? Like, what's going on here? Perfect chaos? It would be cool, though, right? Like,
That thing alive?
fucking a battle against that thing, Skies of Arcadia
What the
style.
hell is that thing?
It's all squirmy.
They weren't the best fights. They were way too long and
Is
high risk
that
usually, but like
Dragon?
not hard.
Looks like their final defense mechanism has activated.
Like, you know, some refinement, make it work.
It's an aggregation of energy so incredibly powerful it has physical substance. I cannot even calculate its strength.
Sonic the Hedgehog comes.
Countless emergency maneuvers! Get us out of that thing's way now!
Roger.
Imagine steering the ship just by typing super fast. That seems efficient, right? Can't just pull a stick to the side. You gotta like type in coordinates and shit. Jesus. I'm sorry, it blew its own head off? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is this really?
Are you entirely sure we're alright, sir?
Really? It's just so he gets his?
Huh? Commander Kenny and the Eldarian fleet are gone. The moon base is practically deserted. What if that strange celestial body attacks us?
I don't know. Call me Betty.
Perhaps we should have gone with them.
Huh. Don't be ridiculous. Going to the ass end of the solar system isn't a part of my job description. Leave the mindless fighting to you-know-who. Our fabulous and famous battle-tested hero. Hey, this isn't even cooked.
It's a steak, dude.
Hmm?
Wow. Wow. Just so he could get his. No one else is really here. Yikes. It is cooked now, yeah. I think that was the point of the long shot of the steak burning. Hey, I think he's fine. Don't worry about all that. The steak was well done, so Hank Hill politely but firmly asked him to
If
leave.
your order were a second later, boy, we'd be toast.
What's the status of our fleets?
Fuck.
Put it up now.
Nearly 40% of the combined Earth and Morphous fleets have been destroyed. The offensive capabilities of the remaining ships have been greatly reduced.
Raimi, hail the commander's ship.
Okay.
Earth fleet, this is the Calnus. Please respond.
This is the Coalition flagship. Repeat, this is the Coalition flagship.
Commander Kenny, can you hear me? This is Maverick, Edge Maverick.
Our communications are down. All units, regroup individually. Repeat, all units,
Commander
regroup
Kenny!
individually.
Damn it!
Edge!
Worst second phase of perfect chaos music, not as good as the first phase, cause that one was awesome.
Don't just sit there, Edge. You want to get yourself killed?
Full powered engines! Vertical evasion, 12 o'clock!
Roger!
Do a barrel roll for fuck's sake! Good lighting.
Who does he think he is, crashing the party so late? But it is reassuring having him here. Both of them.
Ooh. Not looking great there.
What happened to it?
That ship is all banged up, Kay.
That it is.
Yeah?
They fought on the front lines, didn't they? To protect the Eldarian refugee fleet from the Phantoms. There's no way they could have come out of that without a few scratches.
Miria.
Yo, sorry I was late. Edge.
Crow, are you okay?
No.
You're hurt. What happened to you?
I see that you faced a rough battle, Mr. Crow.
So many Eldarians died right before my eyes. It was all because of my pathetic performance.
Don't beat yourself up.
Miria.
You've done more for them than anyone could have asked. Everyone knows it. Even I know how much you've done. So
Even me,
really,
boy.
take it easy. You don't have to blame yourself.
Thank you, Miria.
In any case, I'm glad you're here, Crow. I'm really glad we get to work together again.
Edge.
I'm about to die.
You're in a
man.
little squeeze here. Help us out.
You got it. That's why I came.
Excellent. With you and FaZe here, we'll be able...
FaZe! That's right, FaZe!
Oh, I forgot the cat had the shit on him. Ew. I got flea meds on my
This
hand.
chair belongs to Maddie now. There's nothing left but the floor, Kay. But I guess I can lend him half of my seat if I have to.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm so sorry.
Crow, what are you apologizing for?
I couldn't stop him. He left my ship saying he had to save his brethren. There was nothing I could do. Nothing at all.
What happened to him?
He watched the Eldarian ships getting shot down by the Phantoms, one after the other. And then he got on his soul and took off all by himself. He's probably...
Phases. No, that's impossible.
Is it? Because, like, everyone else is, lady.
Phase. No way. Phase.
Lim.
You and I both know that's not going to accomplish anything.
Shut up, Grandpa, too.
We can't afford
This
to
would be really
stop here.
significant if we actually knew Lim's backstory that I managed to miss somehow.
We'll just have to break into Nox Obscurus by force.
I mean, I know it because, again, I read some things.
How
but
long until that thing has enough energy for a third shot?
3, 2,
I cannot
done.
calculate with complete accuracy. It could come at any time.
Hi, Merle.
Even so, we have to go. We're not making it to the core unless we get past that thing.
We must all nod at
So
each
that's
other
how it is.
individually.
Crow, cover us, will you?
Yeah, sure. It's just raining
Rushing
in here.
into
Don't worry about
danger
it.
without much thought. That's just like you, Edge. But this isn't really the time or the place for that, is it?
But there's no other way!
I have a plan.
What?
Come on. Do you think I'd come out in this shape otherwise?
A plan? You have some way of getting rid of that thing?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
steer into
Of course
it.
I do. So you just wait there and leave this to me.
I'm gonna kamikaze that motherfucker. We don't know what my power is, but it's really good accuracy, probably, so... Don't worry about it. Empty.
Crow! What are you thinking?
Listen, Edge. You and I both know there's no way we'll get through that thing fair and square. So we're gonna have to cheat a little. The last and most important job this old bucket of bolts will ever have. I'm gonna use the Aquila as an anchor, fire up the warp engines, and reverse the graviton flow. It'll rip a black hole right in the middle of that thing. The poor bastard won't know what hit it. He'll get sucked right into himself.
You idiot! If you try that, you'll...
Idiot? Whatever happened to respect for your elders, huh?
Fuck you!
This is no time for stupid jokes, Crow! Wait there! We'll catch up to you!
Don't! If you're my friend, just be quiet and see me off.
Crow!
I have a debt to repay. To the people who came with me because they believed in me. So let me go. Please. Best friends, huh?
Admit it, Edge. Admit it, Edge.
Fine. Just do whatever you want.
Thank you, Edge.
Loading cutscene.
I leave the universe to you. I know you won't let me down. Huang. Ota. Joe. Eddie. Hero.
All people we got to know really, really well.
FaZe. Everyone. See ya. On the other side of the Star Ocean.
He said the thing! Woof. Slorp-a-dorp! If you got close enough, couldn't you just take out the whole planet that way? I mean, I guess he kind of... Wow. Even compressed it, still that big. Infinitely compressed.
I have confirmed the annihilation of Nox Obscurus's defense mechanism. The status of the Aquila is unknown.
Probably in some alternate timeline or something like that. You don't worry about it.
Edge. Edge.
All right, let's go. Shields up, all directions! We'll storm Nox Obscurus through the breach in its pole! Calnus, engage!
Wait, it has its cover again now? That's one way to take care of somebody. Well, that's Sir. That's cool of him. I know it's just like a normal map. Look at it. Honestly, it might be Polly. It's no, no. It's just a normal map, but still.
EM shield's down. We can't take any more.
Our hull has suffered severe damage. The durability of the Calnus has already reached its limit. Detaching all extraneous equipment and switching to atmospheric entry mode.
We may as well. This ship is no longer capable of attacking.
Just a bit more. Just a little bit more. Hang in there, Calnus! Don't let our friends' dying wishes go unanswered!
Because she's been drawing all over. That's cute.
No way. This doesn't make any sense.
What is it, girl?
Something seems to be blocking attacks directed at the Calnus, even though our shields are down.
What did you say?
We might just make it now.
That is well played. I'll give him that. She has been doodling on the walls the entire time. It was extremely well established. Kind of wish we could have seen them adding up over time. Wow, okay, fuck you. Vibe check. sure it's fine.
Is this heaven?
Yeah, nailing it.
No. Not with me around, it's not.
Wow!
Looks like we somehow made it through alive.
I'm flying. I can fly. You're not flying, you're just dizzy. Lim, are you okay?
I'm okay, Kay.
But what do you think that was, anyway?
It was my drawings.
Dumbass!
Your drawings? Wait, you mean those scribbles you did?
They're not scribbles. They're drawings, Kay.
I'm going to take a guess, but could it be that Lim's drawings acted together in some very complicated way to project a barrier symbol around us?
I can't believe they had such power.
Pretty good, huh?
Thank you, Calnus. Thank you for protecting all of us.
Kaboom!
And you too, Limmel. You really saved us.
Mr. Edge, I've made contact with EN2. They report there are to be no changes in the plan.
We install the transporter and usher in the reinforcements, right?
Yes, and then we proceed to the core of Nox Obscurus.
Yeah, the moment of truth. Let's do this, people! Time to breach Nox Obscurus' core!
I'm still in the cutscene. Yeah. Oh my god, we're out. Okay, get the ice cream. Yes. I might actually call. Because I don't think there's time for a full dungeon, a final boss, with our call multiple days. You need to go to bed, these. Ice cream and whipped cream, you said? Yeah. Vanilla or the chocolate? Vanilla. Look, your desk will come back to I need a minute. Oh.
I changed my mind.
Change your mind? Say what?
I don't feel well, so I'm gonna go to sleep.
Very simple. Yeah. Well, let's just get through this. We're at the end of what I want to do here tonight. All those fighters came nowhere. Don't you see them? And save point. Welcome to the final area. We will do this next time. Because I do think I'm technically supposed to get out of her hair in like an hour, and I have half a caffeine left to drink here. Hour or two. I don't think I'm gonna be able to fit that into this. But we had 5.5 hours of streaming, so just do it again, just be safe. I'm paranoid. I have a timestamp right there, and it's like, I don't know if I did it. I'm a dummy. Okay. Oh yeah, those lights are moving. Look at that. Yeah, I think we're good for now. Welcome to Hell. The Catalyst is not great, but we can still use it for crafting and the like. I believe this lets us go basically anywhere, but I could be wrong. You're now in endgame. So next time, we're going to attempt to beat Star Ocean Last Hope. I might. So I might set up that that KTC poll tonight on the Discord. For those of you who are in that tier on patreon.com/caters. I still have 2 tacos left. I genuinely thought I ate them all. I've been sitting here this whole time like, man, I'm out of food. Alright, whatever. I did get distracted by my cat, in my defense. Merlin came out to see me, and I pet him, and I was like, oh crap, I'm now covered in not Activille, but the other stuff. Yeah. So, thank you for joining me. I am going to help my wife get settled. The credits have not changed, but they could with your help someday. Always an option. And I will see you all next time. I'm pretty sure half of you are just sleeping lurkers, but yeah. Thanks for being here. I think we're gonna at least try to beat this next week. Holy cow! That only took us months. Alright. Good night. Pixel tomorrow. Here Friday, dev stream. Again, I'm gonna try. Okay? Okay. Sploosh. I should really learn how to raid. I should have a list of people to raid. But right now I don't, so I'm just gonna... Yeah.